Suif Ball by Guy de Maupassant, the wreck discovery, parricide, the meeting bombardment of the Bradley Sabotsment divorceen evening in Paris 1907 for several consecutive days. Fragments of a defeated army had passed through the city. These were not regular troops, but scattered hordes. The men had long, unkempt beards, tattered uniforms, and they moved at a sluggish pace without flags or regiments. Everyone seemed overwhelmed, exhausted, incapable of thought or decision, merely following habit, collapsing from fatigue as soon as they stopped. The mob was primarily composed of reservists, peaceful, wealthy retirees who were struggling under the weight of their rifles, small, alert groups, easily startled and quick to enthusiasm, ready for both attack and flight, and scattered throughout them a few red-legged soldiers, remnants of a division shattered in a major battle, dark artillerymen lined up with various foot soldiers, and sometimes the gleaming helmet of a dragon at the end of a heavy foot who struggled to keep pace with the lighter steps of the infantry. Legions of freelance snipers with heroic names like the Vengeance of Defeat the Citizens of the Tom the Sharers of Death passed by with a bandit air. Their leaders, former drapers or grain merchants, ex-sellers of suif or soap, circumstances warriors, appointed officers for their coins or the length of their mustaches, adorned with weapons, flannel, and braiding, spoke in booming voices, discussed battle plans, and claimed to be supporting Agonic France on their shoulders as proud fanfares, but they sometimes feared their own soldiers, roughs often excessively brave, plunderers and debauchees. The Prussians were said to be entering ruin. The National Guard, which for 2 months had been making cautious patrols in the nearby woods, occasionally firing on its own sentinels and preparing for combat when a small rabbit moved under bushes, had returned home. Its weapons, uniforms, and entire murderous equipment, once feared by travellers on national roads within 3 leagues, had suddenly vanished. The last French soldiers had finally crossed the Seine to reach Pont Audemerveille, Saint-Severin-Bourg, Achard, and following them. The desperate general did not unable to attempt anything with these disparate fragments, lost himself in the great debacle of a people accustomed to victory and decisively beaten despite their legendary courage. He left on foot between 2 officers of the order. Then a deep calm, a terrifying and silent weight had descended upon the city. Many burly burgesses, emasculated by trade, anxiously awaited the victors, trembling that their roasting skewers or large kitchen knives might not be considered weapons. Life seemed halted, shops were closed, streets silent. Occasionally, someone who felt intimidated by this silence quickly darted along the walls. The anxiety of waiting made one yearn for the enemy's arrival. In the afternoon of the day following the departure of the French troops, a few Uhlans, emerging from nowhere, crossed through the town swiftly. Then, a little later, a black mass descended from Saint Catherine Hill, while 2 other waves of invaders appeared on the roads to Darnetal and Bois Guillaume. The vanguard of the 3 corps all at once joined on the Place de la Hôtel de Ville, and through every nearby street the German army arrived, unfurling their battalions that pounded the cobblestones beneath their hard and rhythmic steps. Commanded voices, in a guttural unknown voice, echoed along the houses that seemed dead and deserted, while behind closed shutters eyes watched these victorious men, masters of the city, fortunes, and lives, through the rite of war. The residents, in their darkened rooms, experienced the panic brought by cataclysms, great, deadly upheavals of the earth, against which all wisdom and strength are futile. For the same sensation resurfaces each time the established order of things is overturned, when security no longer exists, and everything that was once protected by human laws or those of nature falls under the mercy of unconscious and fierce brutality. The crushing earthquake burying entire populations under crumbling houses, the overflowed river sweeping away farmers with drowned cattle and ripped off roof timbers, or the glorious army massacring defenders, taking others prisoner, pillaging in the name of the sword and thanking a god at the sound of cannon fire, are all terrifying plagues that undermine every belief in eternal justice. All trust, we are taught, in heaven's protection and human reason, but at every door small detachments would knock, then disappear into homes. This was the occupation after the invasion. It became the duty of the defeated to be gracious towards the victors. After a while, once the initial terror subsided, a new calm settled. In many families, a Prussian officer ate at table. He was sometimes well-mannered and, out of politeness, expressed regret for France, saying his distaste at participating in this war. His sentiment was appreciated, and one day or another his protection might be needed. By treating him well, perhaps fewer men would need to be fed. And why hurt someone whose gratitude could be useful? Here is the translation of the text. Preserving the name Maupassant. Did it truly depend? Acting thus would be less bravado than recklessness. And recklessness was no longer a defect among the bourgeois of Rouen, as it had been during the heroic defences when their city shone. Finally, one argued with the highest reason drawn from French urbanity that it was still permissible to be polite within one's home as long as one did not become overly familiar in public with a foreign soldier. Outside, one no longer recognized each other, but inside homes conversations flowed freely, and the German would often stay longer each evening by the communal fire. The city itself gradually regained its usual appearance. The French barely ventured out, but Prussian soldiers filled the streets. Moreover, the blue hussar officers who flaunted their massive tools of death arrogantly on the cobblestones did not seem to hold much more contempt for ordinary citizens than the hunter officers who the year before had drunk in the same cafes. Yet something was in the air, a subtle and unknown presence, an unbearable foreign atmosphere, like a lingering scent, the smell of invasion. It filled homes and public squares, altered the taste of food, and gave the impression of being on a journey far away among dangerous barbarian tribes. The victors demanded money, a great deal of it. The residents always paid. They were wealthy after all. But the more a Norman merchant became opulent, the more he suffered from any sacrifice or loss of even a fraction of his fortune to another. However, a few miles below the city along the river course toward Croiset, Dieppe, or Bissart, sailors and fishermen often returned with something from the depths, an inflated German body in uniform, killed by a knife wound or kick, head crushed under a stone, or thrown into the water from a bridge. The river's currents buried these dark, wild, yet justified vengeances, unknown heroism, silent attacks more perilous than open battles and without the echo of glory. For the hatred of the stranger always arms some bold individuals ready to die for an idea. Thus, as the invaders, despite subjecting the city to their inflexible discipline, had committed no atrocities against fame along their triumphant march, courage began to return, and the need for trade once again worked on the hearts of the country's merchants. Some had significant interests in Le Havre, occupied by the French army, and they wanted to try to regain access to that port by traveling overland to Dieppe, where they would take a ship. They used the influence of German officers they had come to know, and an authorization for departure was obtained from the overall commander. So a large 4-horse carriage was reserved for this journey, and 10 people registered with the carrier. They decided to set off on a Tuesday morning before dawn to avoid any gatherings. For some time the frost had hardened the earth, and on Monday around 3 o'clock, here is the translation of the text, preserving the name. Maupassant, draw dark, imposing clouds from the north brought snow that fell uninterrupted throughout the evening and into the night. At 4:30 in the morning, the travellers gathered in the courtyard of the Hôtel de Normandie, where they were to board a carriage. They were still groggy with sleep and shivered under their blankets due to the cold. The darkness made it difficult to see, and the accumulation of heavy winter clothing made all the bodies look like obese priests with their long cassocks. 2 men recognized each other. The third approached them, and they began to chat. "I'm taking my wife," said one. "So am I," replied another. "And me too," added a third. The first man continued, "We're not going back to ruin, and if the Prussians get near Le Havre, we'll make it to England." They all had similar plans, given their similar complexions. Yet the carriage remained unattached. A small lantern carried by a stable boy occasionally emerged from an obscure door before disappearing into another. Horse hoofs pounded against the ground, softened by the manure of the carriages, and a man's voice could be heard talking to the animals and swearing in the depths of the building. A light clinking sound announced the handling of the harnesses. It soon became a clear, continuous murmur, rhythmically synchronized with the animal's movement, occasionally stopping and then resuming with a sudden jolt accompanied by the muffled noise of a ferried hoof striking the ground. The door suddenly closed. All sound ceased. The frozen bourgeois fell silent. They remained still and stiff. An uninterrupted curtain of white flakes reflected light constantly as it descended towards the earth, erasing shapes and coating everything in a frosty haze. In the profound silence of the calm winter, buried city, one could no longer hear, but rather feel the vague, indescribable, floating sound of falling snow, more like a sensation than a noise, a blend of light atoms that seemed to fill space and cover the world. The man returned with his lantern, pulling a reluctant horse along by a rope. He positioned him at the harness, tied the reins, and meticulously checked the harnesses, as he could only use one hand while holding his light. As he went to fetch the second animal, he noticed all the immobile travellers already coated in snow, and said, "Why don't you get into the carriage? You'll be safe at least." They hadn't considered it, perhaps, and they sprang aboard. The 3 men helped their wives sit down in the back, then climbed in themselves. Afterward, the other vague, veiled shapes took the remaining seats without exchanging a word. The floor was covered in straw where feet sank in. The ladies in the back had brought small copper hot boxes with chemical charcoal and lit these devices, quietly discussing their benefits for some time, repeating things they already knew. Finally, with 6 horses instead of 4 due to the increased strain, the carriage was attached, and a voice from outside asked, "Is everyone aboard?" "Yes," replied a voice from inside. They set off. Here is the translation of the text, preserving the name Maupassant. The carriage moved slowly, step by cautious step. The wheels sank into the snow, the entire cranked and groaned, the animals slipped, panted and puffed, and the gigantic whip of the coachman cracked relentlessly, swirling in all directions, when winding and unwinding like a thin serpent, and suddenly lashing out at some jostled crest that would then stretch beneath a more violent effort. But day was slowly dawning. Those light flakes that a traveller, a pure-bred ruin, had compared to cotton rain no longer fell. A grimy glimmer filtered through thick, dark clouds that made the countryside's whiteness all the more striking, now and again revealing a line of tall trees covered in frost or a cosy cottage capped with snow. Inside the carriage they regarded each other curiously at the dim, mournful light of dawn. In the very back, in the best seats facing each other, were Mr. and Mrs. Loiseau, wholesale wine merchants from the Grand Pont Street. A former clerk for a ruined business owner, Loiseau had bought the business and made his fortune. He sold very cheap, very poor wine to country liquor stores, and was known among his acquaintances and friends as a crafty rascal, a true Norman, filled with cunning and joviality. His reputation as a trickster was so well established that one evening at the prefecture, Mr. Tournelle, a writer of fables and songs, a sharp-witted local celebrity, having suggested to the ladies he saw looking a bit drowsy that they play Loiseau steals. The very word flew through the prefect's salons. Then, gaining those of the city, had made everyone in the province chuckle for an entire month. Loiseau was also famous for his pranks of all kinds and good or bad jokes, and no one could speak of him without immediately adding, "He's unbeatable, that Loiseau." Of slight stature, he presented a balloon like belly atop a ruddy face between two greying sideburns. His wife, tall, strong, resolute, with a loud voice and quick decisions, was the order and arithmetic of their trading house, which he animated with his joyful activity. Beside them stood Mr. Kari Lamadon, a man of considerable stature, posited in cotton, owner of 3 mills, an officer of the Legion of Honour, a member of the General Council. He had remained throughout the empire the leader of the friendly opposition, solely to be paid more for his allegiance to the cause he fought with polite weapons, according to his own expression. Mrs. Kar Lamadon, much younger than her husband, was the consolation for officers from good families stationed in ruin. She sat opposite her husband, tiny and adorable, all curled up in her furs, and gazed with a sorrowful eye at the wretched interior of the carriage. Her neighbours, Count and Countess Hubert de Breuilville, bore one of Normandy's oldest and most noble names. The Count, an old-fashioned gentleman of refined bearing, struggled to emphasize through the artifices of her dress her natural resemblance to Henry Ives, who, according to a glorious legend for the family, had made a wealthy woman from Breuilville, whose husband, as a result, became a count and provincial governor. Count Hubert, a colleague of Mr. Kara Lamadon in the General Council, represented the Orleanist party in the department. The story, his marriage to the daughter of a small shipowner from Nantes, remained mysterious. However, as the Countess had an air of grandeur, she received better than anyone else, and was even rumoured to have been loved by one of Louis, Philippa's sons. All the nobility celebrated her, and her salon was considered the most important in the country, the only one where old fashion courtesy persisted, and whose entrance was difficult. The Bayerville fortune, consisting entirely of real estate, was said to amount to 500,000 livres in revenue. These 6 people formed the core of the carriage, the inner circle of the refined and respected society that had religion and principles. Strangely, all the women were seated on the same bench, and the Countess had 2 good sisters as neighbours who recited long rosaries while muttering paters and aves. One was old, with a face pockmarked by smallpox, as if she had taken a direct hit from a barrage of bullets. The other, very frail, had a beautiful but malady-prone head on a chest ravaged by this consuming faith that produces martyrs and illuminated ones. Across from the 2 nuns, a man and a woman attracted everyone's gaze. The man, well known, was Cornudit the Democrat, the terror of respectable people. For 20 years he had soaked his long red beard in drinks at every democratic cafe. He had spent a considerable fortune, inherited from his father, a former confectioner, and eagerly awaited the Republic to finally obtain the position he felt he deserved through so many revolutionary consumptions. On September 4th, perhaps due to a prank, he believed himself appointed prefect, but when he tried to take office, the clerk boys, now in control of the premises, refused to recognize him, forcing him into retirement. Nevertheless, he was a good-natured, harmless, and helpful young man who had organized defense efforts with unmatchable fervor. He had dug trenches in the plains, felled all the young trees in neighboring forests, set traps on all roads and upon the enemy's approach. Satisfied with his preparations, he quickly withdrew towards the city. He now thought he could be even more useful in Le Havre, where new defences were needed. The woman, one of those known as galanties, was famous for her early weight gain, earning her the nickname. Small, round everywhere, fat with lard, having puffy fingers knotted at the phalanges like short sausages, with a shiny and tight skin, an enormous neck that protruded from under her dress. She remained, however tempting and popular she was, her freshness was a sight to behold. Her face was like a red apple, a button of a peony ready to bloom, and within 2 beautiful black eyes, shaded by thick long lashes that cast a shadow inside, below a charming, narrow mouth, wet with a kiss, furnished with shining, microscopic teeth. She was said to possess countless admirable qualities. As soon as she was recognized, whispers spread among the honest women, and words like prostitute and public shame were whispered so loudly that she raised her head. Then she cast a provocative and daring look at her neighbours, which immediately fell into a silent hush, with everyone lowering their eyes except for Loiseau, who watched her with a tantalized expression. But soon the conversation resumed among the 3 ladies, who had suddenly become friends, almost intimate, thanks to the presence of this girl. They felt they should present a united front against this shameless seller, as legal love always looks down on its free counterpart. The 3 men, too, drawn together by a conservative instinct at the sight of Cornudit, spoke with a certain scornful tone about the poor. Count Hubert spoke of the damage caused to him by the Prussians, the losses from stolen livestock and lost crops, with an air of grand seigneur that made it sound like these ravages would barely inconvenience them for a year. Mr. Lameladon, who had been heavily affected in the cotton industry, had carefully sent 600,000 francs to England, a drink of water for his thirst on any occasion. As for Loiseau, he had arranged to sell all the common wines left in his cellar to the French administration, so much that the state owed him a tremendous sum that he intended to collect in Le Havre, and they exchanged quick, friendly glances. Despite their different backgrounds, they felt like brothers through money, part of the grand Freemasonry of those who possess and make gold ring by reaching into their pocket. The carriage moved so slowly that by 10 a.m. they had only covered 4 leagues. The men got out 3 times to climb the hills on foot. They began to worry as they were supposed to have lunch in Tchutes, and now they despaired of reaching there before nightfall. Everyone scanned the road for a tavern when the diligence plunged into a pile of snow, taking 2 hours to free it. Appetites grew, unsettling their minds. No tavern or wine merchant appeared, as all industries had been scared away by the approach of the Prussians and the passing of hungry French troops. The gentlemen ran to nearby farms for provisions, but found no bread, as the farmers, defiant, hid their reserves in fear of being pillaged by soldiers who, with nothing to eat, forcibly took whatever they found. Around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Loiseau. Here is the translation of the text, preserving the name a Maupassant. She announced that she was feeling a profound emptiness in her stomach. Everyone present had been suffering for a long time, and the insatiable hunger had silenced all conversation. From time to time, someone yawned. Another would quickly follow suit. Each person, in turn according to their character, manners, and social standing, would open their mouths wide or demurely cover them with their hand while steam emerged from the gaping hole within. She fidgeted several times as if searching for something beneath her petticoats. After a moment's hesitation, she glanced at her neighbors and then stood up calmly. The faces were pale and contorted. Loiseau declared he would pay 1,000 francs for a ham hock. His wife made a gesture of protest, but then composed herself. She was in constant pain at the mention of wasted money, and even found jokes on the subject unamusing. "The fact is that I'm not feeling well," said the Count. "Why didn't I bring some provisions?" Everyone blamed themselves for this oversight. However, Cornudet had a flask filled with rum. He offered it around, but it was refused coldly. Loiseau was the only one to accept 2 drops, and upon returning the flask, he thanked him. "It's still good, it warms you up, and it tempers the appetite." The alcohol put Loiseau in a jovial mood, and he suggested they follow the practice of the small ship in the song, and eat the fattest traveller. This indirect reference shocked the well, bred among them. No one responded, only Cornudet smiled. The 2 nuns had ceased their rosary murmurs, and with their hands buried in their long sleeves, they stood motionless, stubbornly lowering their eyes, perhaps offering to heaven the suffering he had sent them. Finally, at 3 o'clock, as they found themselves in the middle of an endless plain and not a single village in sight, she suddenly bent down, reached under the bench, and pulled out a large basket covered with a white cloth. She first took out a small plate of fine porcelain, a thin silver bowl, then a vast terrine containing 2 whole chickens, neatly dissected, preserved in jelly. Other good things were also visible within the basket: tiers, fruits, delicacies, provisions prepared for a 3-day journey to avoid eating at inn kitchens. 4 bottle necks stuck out between the food packages. She took a chicken wing and delicately began to eat it with one of those small Régents breads from Normandy. All eyes were fixed on her. The scent spread, widening their nostrils, causing abundant saliva to flow, and a painful contraction of the jaw beneath their ears. The ladies' scorn for this girl grew fierce, as if they wanted to kill her or throw her out of the carriage into the snow along with her bowl, her basket, and her provisions. But Loiseau devoured the chicken terrine with his eyes. He said, "About time. Madam, was more prepared than here is the translation of the text, preserving the name Maupassant. There are people who can always think of everything, she said, lifting her head towards him. If you wish, sir. It's hard to fast since this morning. He greeted him. Well, frankly, I don't refuse. I can't take it any more. War is war, isn't it, madam? And glancing around, he added, in moments like this, one is grateful to find people who force you to eat. He had a newspaper spread out to avoid staining his pants, and using the tip of a knife still in his pocket, he removed a glossy leg of jelly, peeled it with his teeth, then chewed it with such satisfaction that there was a sigh of distress from everyone in the carriage. But with a humble and soft voice, he offered the nuns to share his snack. They both accepted instantly, and without looking up, they started eating quickly after murmuring their thanks. Cornudet didn't refuse his neighbour's offers either, and the nuns formed a sort of table by spreading newspapers on their knees. Mouths opened and closed incessantly, chewing, masticating, devouring ferociously. Loiseau, in his corner, worked hard, and in a low voice he urged his wife to follow suit. She resisted for a long time, but after a cramp ran through her stomach, she gave in. Her husband, rounding off his sentence, asked their charming companion if he could offer Mrs. Loiseau a small piece. She replied with a kind smile, "Of course, sir," and handed over the terran. There was an awkward moment when they opened the first bottle of Bordeaux. There was only one serving bowl. They passed it around after wiping it off. Cornudet, perhaps out of chivalry, pressed his lips to the still, wet place on his neighbour's lips. Surrounded by people eating and suffocating from the food's aroma, Count and Countess de Briarville, as well as Mr. and Mrs. Cara, Lamadon endured this horrible torture known as Tantalus's torment. Suddenly, the young woman from the manufacturer let out a sigh that turned heads. She was as white as the snow outside. Her eyes closed, her forehead drooped. She had fainted. Her husband, in distress, begged everyone for help. Everyone lost their mind when the oldest nun supported the sick woman's head and slipped the serving bowl of boule de Suif between her lips, making her swallow a few drops of wine. The pretty lady stirred, opened her eyes, smiled, and declared in a dying voice that she felt much better now. But to prevent it from happening again, the nun forced her to drink a full glass of Bordeaux, adding, "It's hunger, nothing of blushing and embarrassed," she stammered while looking at the 4 fasting travellers. "My God, if I dared offer to these gentlemen and ladies to—" She stopped, afraid of offending them. Loiseau took the word. "By God, in cases like these, everyone is a brother and must help each other. Come on, ladies, no ceremony, accept for heaven's sake. Do we know if we'll even find a place to spend the night? The train we're taking won't get us to TQ-TIS until tomorrow noon." There was hesitation. Nobody dared to say eyes. But the Count cut through the confusion. He turned to the intimidated fat girl, and adopting his noble air, he said, "We accept with gratitude, madam." Taking that first step alone cost something. Once we crossed the Rubicon, things loosened up. The basket was emptied. It still contained a pâté of foie gras, a pea attia of mallard, a piece of smoked tongue, some pois de crassain, a slice of pontlèvre de vieille cheese, petits fours, and a cup filled with pickles and vinegar onions, as all women love their raw vegetables. One could not eat this girl's provisions without talking to her, so we chatted, at first cautiously. Then, as she stood up well, we became more relaxed. The Mesdames de Briarville and Cara Lamadon, known for their good manners, were gracious with delicate charm. The Countess especially displayed the charming condescension of very noble ladies whose purity is beyond question, and she was enchanting, but robust, as Mrs. Lowe, with a gendarme soul, remained sullen. Speaking little and eating much, we naturally discussed the war. We recounted horrific acts of the Prussians, instances of French bravery, and all these people fleeing paid homage to others' courage. Personal stories soon began, and she told, with genuine emotion, in that warmth of speech girls sometimes have when expressing their natural outbursts, how she had left Rouen. I thought, at first I could stay, she said. I had my house full of supplies, and I would rather feed a few soldiers than leave for who knows where. But when I saw them, these Prussians, it was more than I could take. They turned my blood to anger, and I cried all day out of shame. Oh, if I were a man, I watched them from my window, those fat pigs with their pointed helmets, and my good maid held my hands to stop me from throwing my furniture at them. Then they came to stay with me, so I grabbed the first one by the throat. They're no more difficult to strangle than others, and I would have finished him if they hadn't pulled me away by my hair. After that, I had to hide. Finally, when I found a chance, I left, and here I am. She was greatly praised. She grew in the respect of her companions who hadn't been so bold and cornuded. Listening to her, maintained an approving and benevolent smile like a true apostle. Similarly, a priest hears a devotee praise God, as long-bearded Democrats have the monopoly on patriotism, just as men in sotanes have that of religion. He spoke in turn with a doctrinaire tone, emphasizing his words in the proclamations that were pasted on the walls every day, and he ended with a masterful piece of oratory where he scorned the scoundrel of Badingt. But he immediately grew angry, as she was a Bonapartist. She turned red as a raisin, and stuttering in indignation, "I wish I could have seen you in her place. You others. That would have been fitting. Oh, yes. It's you who betrayed that man." We wouldn't even consider staying in France if we were governed by fools like you. Cornuded, impassive, maintained a sneering and superior smile. But one could sense the storm of profanity that was about to come when the Count intervened and calmly calmed the outraged woman, declaring with authority that all sincere opinions are respectable. However, despite themselves, the Countess and the manufacturer felt drawn to this dignified prostitute, whose feelings closely resembled their own. The basket was empty. 10 people had devoured it without complaint, wishing it were larger. The conversation continued for a while, though slightly cooler since they had finished eating. Night fell, darkness deepened, and the cold, more noticeable during digestion, made them shiver despite their fat. Then Mrs. de Braville offered her heated pad, whose charcoal had been renewed several times since the morning, and she accepted immediately as she felt her feet freezing. Imkara, Lamadon, and Loiseau gave theirs to the nuns. The coachman had lit his lanterns, illuminating a cloud of fog over the sweaty necks of the horse drivers, and on both sides of the road snow seemed to unroll under the flickering lights. Nothing could be distinguished inside the carriage, but suddenly a movement occurred between Cornudit and Loiseau, whose eye scanned the shadows, thought he saw the man with the big beard quickly step aside, as if he had received some silent blow. Small points of light appeared ahead on the road. It was Tess. They had travelled for 11 hours, which, along with 2 hours of rest allowed at 4 intervals for the horses to eat oats and catch their breath, made it 14 in total. They entered the town and stopped in front of the Hotel du Commerce. The door opened. A familiar noise caused all the travellers to shiver. It was the clanging of a sword scabbard on the floor. Immediately, an Austrian's voice cried out something. Despite the diligence being stationary, no one got off, as if they expected to be slaughtered upon exiting. Then the driver appeared, holding one of his lanterns, which suddenly illuminated the back of the carriage, revealing 2 rows of terrified faces with open mouths and wide-eyed surprise and horror. Next to the coachman stood a translation, an Italian officer, a tall young man, excessively thin and blonde, squeezed into his uniform like a girl in her corset, and wearing on the side his flat, a polished cap that made him resemble a hunter from an English hotel, stood there. His excessive moustache, with long straight hairs, thinning out indefinably from both sides and ending in a single blonde thread, so thin that its end was invisible, seemed to weigh down the corners of his mouth, and when he puffed out his cheek, imprinted a falling line on his lips. He invited the travellers to learn Alsatian French, saying sternly, "Step into your places, gentlemen." The 2 sisters obeyed first, with the docility of holy girls accustomed to all submissions. Then came the Count and Countess, followed by the manufacturer and his wife, and finally Loiseau, pushing along his huge companion. As he set foot on the ground, he greeted the officer. "Good day, sir," out of a sense of caution rather than politeness. The other, insolent like all-powerful people, looked at him without replying. Cornudet, though close to the door, were last to leave, grave and haughty in the face of the enemy. The fat girl tried to control herself and remain calm. The demon tormented his long red beard with a tragic and slightly trembling hand. They wanted to maintain dignity, realizing that in such encounters each person represents their country to some extent, similarly revolted by the flexibility of their companions. She strove to appear prouder than her neighbours, the honest women, while he, feeling it was his duty to set an example, and continued in every aspect of his posture his mission of resistance begun with the clearing of the roads. They entered the vast inn kitchen, and the German, having been shown the departure authorization signed by the Chief General, which listed the names, descriptions, and professions of each traveller, studied everyone carefully, comparing people to written information. Then he said abruptly, "That's enough," and vanished. A sigh of relief spread. They were still hungry. Dinner was ordered. It would take half an hour to prepare it. While 2 maids appeared to handle the task, they went to visit the rooms. They all lay in a long corridor, ending with a glazed door marked with a speaking number. Finally, they were about to sit down to table when the innkeeper himself appeared. He was an ex-horse dealer, a stout asthmatic man who always had whistling, choking, and mucus clearing sounds in his larynx. His father had passed on the name of Follenvie. He asked Miss Elizabeth Russet. She trembled, turned around. "It's me, miss," said the Prussian officer, "who wants to speak with you immediately." "Me? But I'm not sure what this is about." A movement took place around her. Everyone discussed and sought the cause of this order. The Count approached. "You are wrong, madam, for your refusal may lead to considerable difficulties, not only for you but for all your companions as well. One must never resist these people. Who are the strongest? This action certainly cannot pose any danger. It is probably for some forgotten formality." Everyone joined him. They pleaded with her. They urged her. They scolded her and eventually convinced her, forever eventually fear feared the complications that could arise from a moment of impulse. She finally said, "It's for your sake I'm doing this, of course." The Countess took her hand. "And we thank you." She left. They waited for her to start dinner. Each regretted not being asked in place of this violent and irritable girl, and mentally prepared platitudes in case they called her next. But after 10 minutes she returned, gasping, red-faced, exasperated. She stammered, "Oh, the scoundrel!" The scoundrel! Everyone rushed to find out, but she said nothing, and when the Count insisted, she replied with great dignity, "No, it's none of your business. I cannot speak." Then they sat down around a high cauldron from which a cabbage aroma wafted. Despite this warning, dinner was cheerful. The cider was good, Loiso's housekeeping, and the nuns enjoyed it for economy. The others asked for wine. Cornudet claimed beer. He had a peculiar way of opening the bottle, creating foam, considering the liquid while tilting the glass, which he then held between the lamp and his eye to appreciate the colour properly. When he drank, his large beard, which retained the hue of his beloved drink, seemed to quiver with tenderness. His eyes strayed not to lose sight of his tankard, and he appeared to be fulfilling the sole function for which he was born. It seemed as if he were establishing in his mind a connection and a kind of affinity between the two great passions that occupied all his life, pale ale and revolution, and indeed he could not enjoy one without thinking of the other. Mr. and Mrs. Follenvie dined at the very end of the table. The man grumbled like a worn-out locomotive, with too much air in his chest to be able to speak while eating. But the woman never stopped talking. She recounted all her impressions upon the arrival of the Prussians, what they did, what they said, cursing them at first because they cost her money, and then because she had 2 sons in the army. She addressed herself especially to the Countess, flattered by conversing with a lady of quality. Then she lowered her voice to speak delicately, and her husband occasionally interrupted her. "You'd better be quiet, Miss Follenvie." But she took no notice and continued, "Wes, madam, these people only eat potatoes and pork, and then pork and potatoes, and you must not believe that they are clean. Oh, no. They command everywhere except the respect I owe you. And if you saw them exercising for hours and days, they are all there in a field. Here is the translation of the text preserving the name. Maupassant, marching forward and backward, turning this way and that. If only they cultivated the land or worked on the roads in their country. But no, my lady, these soldiers are beneficial to no one. We, the poor people, should not have to feed them, just so they can learn how to massacre. I am but an uneducated old woman, true, yet as I watch them strain their tempers, treading on others day in and out, I think, when there are those who make such discoveries to be useful, why must others strive so hard to be harmful? Truly, is it not abhorrent to kill people, whether they are Prussians or English or Poles or French? If one avenges against someone who has wronged you, that is evil, as you are condemned. But when we exterminate our boys like game with rifles, is that right, since decorations are given to those who destroy the most? No. See, I will never understand this. Cornudet raised his voice through war is barbarism when one attacks a peaceful neighbor. It is a sacred duty when defending one's homeland. The old woman lowered her head. Yes, when we defend ourselves, that is different. But should we not kill all the kings who do this for their pleasure? The eye of Cornudet ignited. Well done. Citizen, he said. Miss Cara Lamadon pondered deeply. Though he was fanatical about the illustrious captains, his common sense, as reflected by this peasant woman, made him consider the wealth that could be brought to a country with so many idle arms, and therefore ruinous, and the productivity that could be gained if these forces were employed in major industrial projects that would take centuries to complete. But Loiseau, having left his place, went quietly to speak with the innkeeper. The stout man laughed, coughed, and spat. His massive belly bounced with joy at the jokes of his neighbour, and he bought 6 bottles of Bordeaux for the spring after the Prussians had left. Once dinner was barely over, as everyone was exhausted from fatigue, they lay down to sleep. However, Loiseau, who had been observing, had his wife put to bed, then pressed his ear and eye against the lock-hole in an attempt to discover what he called the mysteries of the corridor. After about an hour, he heard a rustling sound, looked quickly, and noticed someone looking even plumper under a blue cashmere peignoir embroidered with white lace. She held a candelabra in her hand and headed towards the large number at the far end of the corridor, but a door nearby opened, and when she returned after its cornumendet in his suspenders, followed her. He spoke quietly, then stopped. He seemed to be vigorously defend the entrance to his room. Loiseau, unfortunately, could not hear the words, but at the end, as they raised their voices, he managed to catch a few. Cornudet was insistently lively. He said, "Look here, you are foolish. What does it matter?" She seemed indignant and replied, "No, my dear, there are moments when these things—" Here is the translation of the text, preserving the name Maupassant. He didn't care, and then here, it would be a shame. He couldn't understand, so he asked why. She then flew into a rage, raising her voice. "Why? Don't you understand why? With Prussians in the house next door, perhaps." He remained silent. This patriotic modesty of a woman who wouldn't let herself be touched near the enemy must have stirred his faltering dignity, for after merely kissing her, he left hurriedly with wolfish steps. Loiseau, very perceptive, unlocked the door, did a pirouette in his room, laid out his blanket, lifted the sheet covering his companion's rigid body, and woke her up with a kiss while murmuring, "Do you love me, darling?" At that moment, the entire house fell silent. But soon from somewhere, in an undetermined direction that could have been the cellar or the attic, a powerful, monotone, regular rumble emerged, accompanied by the deep sounds of a boiler under pressure. Mr. Follenby was sleeping. Since it had been decided to leave at 8 o'clock the next day, everyone ended up in the kitchen. However, the carriage, with its canopy covered in snow, stood alone in the courtyard without horses or driver. Despite exhaustive searches in the stables, hayloft, and remorques, they couldn't find the driver. Then all the men decided to search the countryside, and they set off. They gathered on the square, with the church in the background, and on either side were low houses from which soldiers could be seen. The first one was peeling potatoes. The second, further away, was washing the barber's shop. Another, a bearded man up to his eyes, was comforting a crying child by holding him in his knees, trying to soothe him. The robust peasant women, whose husbands were at war, communicated with their obedient victors through signs indicating tasks like chopping wood, soaking soup, and grinding coffee. One of them even washed her hostess's laundry, an elderly woman completely helpless. Count Maupassant, surprised, questioned the sexton emerging from the presbytery. "The old church mouse," replied. "Oh, they're not bad people. It's not said they are Prussians. They come from further away, I don't know exactly where. And they've all left a wife and children behind in the country. War isn't much fun after all. I'm sure they're also crying for their men over there just as we do here. It'll cause a lot of hardship at home, just like it does here. You see, between poor people, one has to help each other. It's the rich who start wars. Cornudet, indignant at the warm relations established between the victors and vanquished, retired to the inn, preferring to lock himself away. Loiseau had a laugh. They're repopulating. Mr. Cara, Lamadon had a grave remark. They're repairing. But they still couldn't find the coachman. The end found him in the village cafe, seated fraternally with the officer's order. Count Maupassant addressed him. Didn't you receive an order to harness at 8 o'clock? Yes, but I received another one since then. Which one? To not harness at all. Who gave you that order? Well, the Prussian commander. Why? I don't know. Go ask him. They forbid me from harnessing. I choose not to. They left deeply concerned. They inquired about Mithessa Follenvie, but the servant answered that due to his asthma, Monsieur never rose before 10 o'clock. He had even explicitly forbidden anyone to wake him up except in case of a fire. They wanted to see the officer, but it was absolutely impossible. Although he lodged at the inn, only Mr. Follenvie was authorized to speak with him about civil matters. So they waited. The women retired to their rooms, occupied by trivialities. Corneau took a seat near the high fireplace where a large fire blazed. He had a small table from the cafe brought in, along with a tin, and lit his pipe, which among Democrats enjoyed almost equal consideration, as if it had served the country as well as Cornudet himself. It was a magnificent pipe made of foam, wonderfully polished, as black as its master's teeth, but fragrant, curved, shiny, familiar to his hand, and complementing his visage. He remained motionless, his eyes shifting between the fire's flames and the foam on his tankard. With each sip he would run his long, thin fingers through his thick, oiled hair while enjoying his moustache, fringed with foam. Loiseau, under the pretext of stretching his legs, went to pour some local wine for the patrons. Maupassant and the manufacturer began discussing politics. They were speculating on France's future. One believed in the House of Orléans, the other in an unknown saviour, a hero who would emerge when all hope was lost. Perhaps a Du Guesclin, a Jeanne d'Arc, or even another Napoleon I. If only the imperial prince weren't so young, Cornudet smiled, knowing the words that spoke to destiny. His pipe filled the kitchen with its aroma. As 10 o'clock struck, Mr. Follenvie appeared. They questioned him quickly, but he could only repeat twice, without variation. The officer said, precisely, émissaire. Follenvie, you will prevent these travellers from leaving tomorrow morning. I don't want them to depart without my order. You understand. That's all. They then demanded to see the officer. Count Maupassant sent his card with Mr. Cara, Lamadon adding his name and titles. The Prussian replied that he would grant those two men an audience after lunch. Around 1 o'clock, the ladies returned, and they ate a bit despite their worry. Mr. Follenvie seemed unwell, almost pale, disturbed. They had just finished their coffee when the order came to fetch these gentlemen. Loiseau joined the first two, but as they tried to coerce Cornudet into adding more formality to their mission, he proudly declared that he intended to have nothing to do with the Germans, and he retreated back to his fireplace, requesting another can. The three men ascended and were led to the most exquisite room in the inn, where the officer received them, sprawled in a chair, feet on the hearth, smoking a long porcelain pipe and enveloped in a flamboyant dressing gown, presumably stolen from the abandoned home of some bad-tasting bourgeois. He did not stand up, nor greet them, nor look at them. He presented a magnificent example of natural insolence to the victorious soldier. After a few moments, he finally spoke. "What are you doing here?" The Count took the floor. "We wish to leave, Sir Buck." "No, but may I ask the reason for this refusal?" "Because I don't want to bar. I respectfully suggest, sir, that our overall commander has granted us permission to depart for Dieppe, and I do not think we have done anything to deserve your severity." "I don't want to." "You can keep your centre." They all bowed and then withdrew. The afternoon was miserable. No one understood this capriciousness of the German, and the most peculiar ideas troubled minds. Everyone gathered in the kitchen, endlessly discussing, imagining unlikely scenarios. Perhaps they wanted to hold them as hostages, but for what purpose? Or take them prisoner, or rather demand a substantial ransom. At that thought, panic seized them. The richest were the most terrified, already envisioning having to pour sacks full of gold into the hands of this insolent soldier to buy their lives. They strained their minds to come up with acceptable lies, hide their riches, pretend to be poor, very poor. Loiseau removed his watch chain and hid it in his pocket. The falling night increased fears. The lamp was lit, and as they still had 2 hours before dinner, Mrs. Loiseau proposed a game of 31. It would serve as a distraction. They agreed. Cornudet himself, having extinguished his pipe out of politeness, participated. The Count shuffled the cards dealt and immediately had 31. Soon the interest in the game calmed the fear that haunted their minds. But Cornudet realized the Loiseau family was cheating. As they were about to sit down for dinner, Mr. Follenvie reappeared, and with his scratchy voice he declared, "The Prussian officer is asking Miss Elisabeth Rousset if she has not changed her mind yet." She stood there pale, then suddenly turned crimson, experiencing such a bout of anger that she could not speak. And finally, she burst out, "Tell him to this scoundrel, this dog, this German cad, that I will never want it. You hear me? Never! Never!" The robust innkeeper left. She was then surrounded, questioned, solicited. Here is the translation of the text. While preserving the name Maupassant, everyone was eager to uncover the mystery of his visit. She resisted at first, but soon exasperation took over. "What does he want? What does he want? He wants to sleep with me," she cried out. No one was shocked by the word, as indignation was so strong. Cornudet smashed his tankard by violently placing it back on the table. It was a chorus of disapproval for that vile bully, a gust of anger, a united front for resistance, as if each person had been asked to contribute a part of the sacrifice she was facing. The Count declared with disgust such people behaved like ancient barbarians. Women, in particular, showed energetic and tender compassion. The nuns, who only appeared at meals, lowered their heads and said nothing. Nevertheless, dinner was served once the initial fury subsided, but there was little conversation. Everyone was thinking. The ladies left early, and the men, while smoking, organized a game of cards to which Mr. Follenvie was invited with the intention of cleverly questioning him about ways to overcome the officer's resistance. But he only thought about his cards, not listening or responding to anything, repeating incessantly, "At the game, gentlemen, at the game." His concentration was so intense that he forgot to spit, which sometimes gave him chest pains. His wheezing lungs produced the entire range of asthma, from deep, low notes to high-pitched squawks like young roosters trying to sing. He even refused to get up when his sleeping wife came to find him. So she left alone, as she was a morning person, always rising with the sun, while her husband was a night owl, always ready to spend the night with friends. He shouted, "Place my hen's milk in front of the fire," and resumed his game. When it became clear that nothing they could gain from him, they declared it was time to leave, and everyone went to their beds. They woke up again quite early the next day with an undefined hope, a greater desire to leave, and fear of the day ahead in that horrible little inn. Alas! The horses remained in the stable, and the coachman was nowhere to be seen. Out of boredom, they walked around the carriage. Lunch was sombre, and there had been a cooling towards each other since, as the night, which brings counsel, slightly modified their judgments. They almost blamed that girl for not secretly seeking out the Prussian in order to save her companions a good surprise upon waking up. How simple it would have been. Besides, who would have known? She could have saved appearances by having the officer say he pitied their plight. It meant so little to her, but no one was yet admitting these thoughts. In the afternoon, as they were dying of boredom, the Count suggested taking a walk around the village. Everyone carefully wrapped themselves, and the small party set off, except for Cornudet, who preferred to stay near the fire. Here is the translation of the text, preserving the name Maupassant. The good sisters who spent their days in church or at the priest's house. The cold was becoming increasingly intense day by day, cruelly pinching their noses and ears. Their feet had become so painful that every step was a suffering, and when the countryside came into view, it appeared to them awfully grim under this boundless whiteness, causing everyone to turn back immediately, their spirits frozen and hearts heavy. The 4 women walked ahead, followed by the 3 men slightly behind. Loiseau, who understood the situation, suddenly asked if that vile girl was going to keep them stuck in such a place for much longer. The Count, always cautious, replied that one could not demand such a painful sacrifice from a woman, and it should be her own decision. Mr. Cara. Lamadon noted that if the French did, as they were considering, make an offensive return through Dieppe, the meeting could only take place in Tête. This reflection caused concern among the other 2. "If we escaped on foot," said Loiseau. "The Count shrugged it, consider it in this snow. With our wives. And then we would immediately be pursued, caught within minutes, and taken back as prisoners at the mercy of the soldiers." It was true. Silence fell. The ladies spoke of their clothes, but a sense of constraint seemed to separate them. Suddenly, at the end of the street, the officer appeared. On the snow that closed the horizon, he profiled his tall wasp-like figure in uniform, walking with bent knees from the particular movement military men make to avoid dirtying their carefully polished boots. He bowed as he passed by the ladies and cast a disdainful glance at the men who, after all, maintained their dignity by not removing their hats, although Loiseau made a gesture as if to do so. His face had turned red up to his ears, and the 3 married women felt a great humiliation in being thus encountered by this soldier, in the company of that girl he had treated with such audacity. They then spoke of him, his demeanour, and his face. Mrs. Carré-Lamadon, who had known many officers and judged them as an expert, thought him quite presentable. She even regretted he was not French, for he would make a very handsome hussar, that all women would surely adore. Once back home, they didn't know what to do. Sharp words were exchanged about trivial matters. Dinner was silent and brief, and each person went to bed, hoping to sleep to kill time. They descended the next day with wary faces and irritated hearts. The ladies barely spoke to one another. A bell rang. It was for a baptism. The large girl had a child raised by peasants from Maupassant. She saw him once a year, if that, and never thought of him, but as they prepared to baptize the child, a sudden and intense tenderness for her own child welled up within her, and she insisted on attending the ceremony. As soon as she left, everyone exchanged glances, then moved their chairs closer together, sensing that something decisive needed to be done. Loiseau had an inspiration. It was his opinion to suggest that the officer should stay alone and let the others leave. Mr. Follenvie took on the task once more, but he quickly descended again. The German, who understood human nature, had sent her away. He claimed to hold everyone back until his desire was met. Then Mrs. Loiseau's popular temperament erupted. "We're not going to die of old age here. Since it's profession to do this with all men, I think she has no right to refuse one over another. I ask you, has she used up everything she found in ruin?" "Even the coachman." "Yes, madam, the prefect's coachman. I know for a fact he buys his wine from her place. And today, when it's a matter of getting us out of this situation, she's acting all coy, this nosy woman. I think the officer is conducting himself very well. He might have been deprived of his position for a long time, and we were three that he could have chosen. But no, he's content with her. He respects married women. Just think, he's the master. All he had to do was say, 'I want,' and he could have taken us by force with his soldiers." The two women shivered. Mrs. Cara Lamadon's pretty eyes sparkled, and she seemed a little pale, as if she felt herself already seized by the officer. The men, who were discussing separately, drew closer. Loiseau furiously wanted to deliver this wretched woman, tied hand and foot to the enemy. But the Count, descended from 3 generations of ambassadors and endowed with a diplomat's physique, was in favor of cleverness. She needs to be persuaded, he said. Then they conspired. The women drew closer together. Their voices lowered, and the discussion became general as everyone offered their opinion. This was quite appropriate. After all, these ladies, in particular, found delicate phrases, charming nuances of expression to say the most sordid things. A stranger would have understood nothing, given the precautions taken with language. But the light veil of modesty that covers every woman of the world only covered the surface. They thrived in this polished adventure, having fun deeply, feeling at ease, playing with love, as a gourmet cook preparing a dinner for someone else. Cheerfulness returned on its own as the story seemed amusing to them at the end. The Count found some risky jokes, but so well delivered that they made everyone smile. In turn, Loiseau let loose a few stiffer witticisms that didn't offend anyone, and his wife's bluntly expressed thought dominated all minds. Since it's her profession, why would she refuse him any more than another? Even Mrs. Cara Lamadon seemed to think that in her place she wouldn't refuse him any less. They prepared for the siege like a fortress under attack. Everyone agreed on their roles, the arguments they would use, and the maneuvers they should execute. They arranged the plan of attacks, the ruses, employer, and the surprises of the assault forced this living citadel to receive the enemy within its walls. Cornudet, however, remained apart, completely foreign to this affair. Such profound attention-focused minds that no one heard her enter. But Count Maupassant whispered softly, "Esche," which caused every eye to lift. She was there. A sudden silence fell, and a certain embarrassment initially prevented them from speaking to her. The Countess, more relaxed than the others by the duplicities of salons, questioned her. "Yes, this baptism fun." The large girl, still moved, recounted everything: the faces, the poses, and even the look of the church. She added, "It's so good to pray, sometimes." Yet, until lunch, these ladies contented themselves with being kind to her, in order to build her confidence and make her more docile to their advice. As soon as they sat down to table, the conversation began. It started with a vague discussion about devotion. They cited ancient examples, Judith and Holofernes. Then, without any reason, Lucretia with Sextus, Cleopatra allowing all enemy generals to sleep in her bed, reducing them to slave-like servility. Then a fantastical story unfolded, born in the imagination of these ignorant millionaires, where Roman citizens would lull Hannibal to sleep in Capua, along with his lieutenants and the phalanxes of mercenaries. They cited every woman who had stopped conquerors, turned their bodies into battlefields, a means of domination, an instrument of war, and defeated hideous or despised beings through their heroic caresses, sacrificing their chastity to vengeance and devotion. They even spoke in veiled terms about the Englishwoman from a noble family who had contracted a horrible and contagious disease to pass it on to Bonaparte, who was miraculously saved at the last moment due to a sudden weakness. And all this was recounted in an appropriate and moderate manner, with occasional bursts of intended enthusiasm meant to stir emulation. One might have thought by the end that a woman's sole role here below was a perpetual sacrifice of her person, a constant surrender to the whims of soldiers. The two good sisters seemed lost in deep thoughts, saying nothing throughout the afternoon. They left her to reflect. Instead of addressing her as Madame, as they had before, they simply called her Mademoiselle, for no apparent reason, as if they wanted to bring her down a peg or make her feel her humiliating position. When the soup was served, Mr. Follenvie returned, repeating his phrase from the day before. The officer asked Miss Russet if she has not changed her mind. She responded dryly, "No, sir." But at dinner, the coalition faltered. Loiseau had 3 unfortunate phrases. Everyone was struggling to come up with new examples and couldn't, when suddenly, without any forethought, the Countess inquired of the oldest sister about the great deeds in the lives of the saints. Many had committed acts. These would be crimes in our eyes, but the Church easily absolves these transgressions when committed for the glory of God or for the good of others. This was a powerful argument, and the Countess seized upon it. Whether through one of those silent understandings, veiled complacencies that anyone wearing religious garb excels at, or simply due to a happy misunderstanding or helpful foolishness, the old nun provided formidable support to the conspiracy. She was believed to be timid, but she proved to be bold, verbose, and aggressive. She was not troubled by the intricacies of Cassiodostrin, seemed like a bar of iron. Her faith never wavered, and her conscience had no scruples. She found Abraham's sacrifice perfectly simple, as she would have immediately killed her parents on an order from above, and nothing, in her opinion, could displease the Lord when the intention was noble. The Countess, leveraging the sacred authority of her unexpected accomplice, made her give a glowing interpretation of this moral axiom: The end justifies the means. She questioned her. So, my sister, do you believe God accepts all paths and forgives the act when the motive is pure? Who could doubt it, madam? An immoral action can often become meritorious through the thought behind it. And they continued unraveling God's will, anticipating his decisions, making him take an interest in things that truly barely concerned him. All of this was carefully veiled, clever and discreet. But each word from the holy nun in the cornet broke through the indignant resistance of the courtesan. Then, as the conversation shifted, she spoke of her order's houses, her superior, herself, and her charming neighbour, dear Sister Saint Nicephore. They had been requested at Le Havre to tend to hundreds of soldiers suffering from smallpox in the hospitals. She painted a picture of these miserable people, detailing their illness. And while they were stopped en route by the capriciousness of this Prussian, many Frenchmen could die while she might have saved them. It was her specialty to care for soldiers. She had been in Crimea, Italy, and Austria, and as she recounted her campaigns, she suddenly revealed herself to be one of those religious sisters with drums and trumpets who seem made to follow the army, gather the wounded from battle's tumults, and, better than a chief, tame the great undisciplined soldiers with a single word, a true good Sister Anne, tan plan whose ravaged face, pockmarked with countless holes, seemed an image of war's devastations. No one said anything after her, as the effect appeared to be excellent. Immediately after dinner, they quickly returned to their rooms, only descending again late in the morning the next day. Lunch was peaceful. The seed sown the previous day was given time to sprout and bear fruit. The Countess proposed a walk in the afternoon. Then the Count, as agreed, took her arm and stayed behind the others with her. He spoke to her in that familiar paternal tone, a bit disdainful, that composed men use with young women, addressing her as my dear child, and treating her from the perspective of her social standing and undeniable honor. He immediately delved into the heart of the matter. So, you prefer to leave us here, exposed like yourselves, to all the violence that could follow a failure of the Prussian troops, rather than consenting to one of these complacencies you've had so often in your life. She said nothing. He took her by gentleness, reason, and emotion. He managed to remain Monsieur the Count, while being courteous when necessary, offering compliments, and finally kind. He exalted the service she would render them, spoke of their gratitude, then suddenly, addressing her casually, and, my dear, he could boast of having tasted a pretty girl, like you won't find many of in his country. She said nothing and joined the company. As soon as she returned home, she didn't come out again. The worry was extreme. What would she do? If she resisted, what embarrassment. Dinner time rang. They waited in vain for her. Missa Follenvie entered and announced that Miss Russet felt unwell, and they could start dining. Everyone leaned in attentively. The Count approached the innkeeper in a low voice. Was it happening? Wes! Out of courtesy, he said nothing to his companions, but merely nodded slightly. Immediately, a deep sigh of relief echoed from every chest, and joy shone on everyone's face. Loiseau exclaimed, well, aren't you going to pay for some champagne if we find some in the establishment? Mrs. Loiseau felt anxious when the patron returned with 4 bottles in hand. Everyone suddenly became chatty and boisterous. A sprightly joy filled hearts. The Count seemed to realize that. Mrs. Cara Lamadon was charming, and the manufacturer paid compliments to the Countess. Conversation grew lively and playful. abound in witty remarks. Suddenly, Loiseo, with an anxious expression and raising his arms, he silence shouted. Everyone, and fell quiet, surprised, almost afraid. He then listened carefully, making a chef-d'oeuvre gesture with both hands, raised his eyes towards the ceiling, listened again, and continued in his natural tone. Be at ease. Everything is fine. There was hesitation to understand, but soon a smile spread. After a quarter of an hour, he repeated the same prank. Repeating it often throughout the evening, he pretended to address someone on the floor above, giving ambiguous advice from his traveller's mind. At times he took a sad air and sighed, poor girl, or he murmured between his teeth in a furious tone, greedy Prussian, go. Sometimes, when no one expected it, he exclaimed with a vibrant voice, enough, enough, adding as if talking to himself, just that we see her again. Let him not kill her, the wretch. Despite these jokes being of terrible taste, they entertained everyone without hurting anyone, for indignation depends on one's social circle like everything else, and the atmosphere that had initially been tense eventually relaxed. Slowly, a buzz of lewd thoughts surrounded them. During dessert, the women themselves made subtle spiritual allusions. Glances sparkled. They had drunk much. The Count, who even in his excesses maintained his imposing air of gravity, found a very apt comparison about the end of polar winters and the joy of shipwrecked people seeing a path south open up. Loiseau, having had enough, stood up holding a glass of champagne to drink to our deliverance. Everyone stood up. They cheered him on. The two good sisters, themselves solicited by these ladies, agreed to taste this effervescent wine they had never tried before. They declared it tasted like soda water, but more refined. Loiseau summarized the situation. It's a shame we don't have a piano, because we could dance a quadrille. Cornudet hadn't said a word or made a gesture. He seemed lost in deep thoughts and occasionally pulled his long beard as if trying to stretch it further. Finally, around midnight, as they were about to part ways, Loiseau, unsteady on his feet, suddenly tapped Cornudet on the stomach and mumbled, "You're not playing around tonight, are you, citizen?" "You're not saying anything." But Cornudet abruptly raised his head, scanned the company with a dazzling and menacing gaze, and declared, "I tell you all that you have just committed an infamy." He stood up, left through the door, repeated one last time, "an infamy," and disappeared. A chill ran through the group at first. Lois, stunned, remained speechless, but he regained his composure and suddenly exclaimed, "They're too green, my friend, they're too green." When no one understood, he recounted the corridor mysteries. There was then a tremendous burst of gaiety. The ladies were having a great time. The Count and Mr. Cara Lamadon were laughing so hard they could barely breathe. They couldn't believe it. "How are you sure he wanted?" "I tell you I saw him." And she refused. Because the Prussian was in the next room. Possible. I swear to you. Count was struggling to catch his breath. The industrialist clutched his stomach with both hands. Loiseau continued, "And you see, tonight he doesn't find this funny at all." And they all left, feeling unwell and out of breath. They parted ways. But Mrs. Loiseau, as prickly as a nettle, noted to her husband as they went to bed that little cow, Lamadon, had laughed with a yellow smile throughout the evening. You know women, when it comes down to uniforms, whether French or Prussian, it doesn't really matter to them. If that's not pitiful, I don't know what is. And all night long, in the darkness of the corridor. There were whispers, light footsteps, almost imperceptible sounds like breaths and bare feet brushing against each other, subtle creaks. They didn't sleep until very late, for beams of light kept slipping under the doors for a long time. The champagne had. From these effects, it is said, sleep is disturbed. The next day, a clear winter sun made the snow dazzling. The carriage, finally attached, waited at the door, while a legion of white pigeons, puffed up in their thick feathers, with a pink eye spotted with a black dot in the middle, strolled solemnly between the legs of the 6 horses and sought their fate in the smelly manure they scattered. The coachman, wrapped in his sheepskin, smoked a pipe on the seat, and all the radiant travellers quickly had provisions packed for the rest of the journey. They were waiting no longer. She appeared. She seemed a bit troubled, ashamed, and she timidly advanced towards her companions, who, all at once, turned away as if they hadn't noticed her. The Count, with dignity, took his wife's arm and removed her from that impure contact. The corpulent girl stopped, stunned. Then, gathering all her courage, she greeted the manufacturer's wife with a humble, good day. Madam. The other woman merely nodded slightly in a contemptuous little salutation, accompanied by a look of outraged virtue. Everyone seemed busy, and people kept their distance from her as if she had brought an infection with her skirts. Then they rushed her towards the carriage, where she arrived alone, last, and silently took back a seat that she had occupied during the first part of the journey. It seemed no one noticed or knew her, but Mrs. Loiseau, considering her from afar with indignation, whispered to her husband, "Luckily I'm not sitting next to her." The heavy carriage jolted, and the journey continued. At first there was silence. No one dared to look up. She felt outraged against all her neighbours and humiliated by having given an inn soiled by the kisses of this Prussian whom she had been hypocritically thrown into his arms. But the Countess, turning towards Mrs. Cara Lamadon, soon broke this painful silence. "Do you know, now, I believe Mrs. de Trelles. Yeah, she's one of my friends." "What a charming woman." "Enchanting." A true elite nature, highly educated too, and an artist to her fingertips. She sings enchanting melodies and draws in perfection. The manufacturer was talking with the Count, and amidst the noise of the breaking glass a word sometimes escaped a coupon, maturity, premium, at turn. Loiseau, who had stolen the old deck of cards from the inn, greased by 5 years of friction on the poorly wiped tables, began playing a game of whist with his wife. The nuns took out their long rosary that hung from their belts, made the sign of the cross together, and suddenly their lips rapidly hastening their whispered murmur as if for a race of Oremus, and from time to time they kissed a medal, made the sign of the cross again, then resumed their rapid and continuous mumbling. Cornudet thought motionless. After 3 hours on the road, Liza gathered his cards. "I'm hungry," he said. Then his wife produced a cold piece of veal from a tied package. He cut it properly into thin, firm slices, and they both began to eat. "If we did the same," said the Comtesse. Guy agreed. And she unpacked the provisions prepared for the 2 households. It was in one of those elongated vases with a rabbit in porcelain on the lid, indicating that there's a pâté de feuilles below, a succulent charcuterie where white streams of lard cut through the brown meat of the game, mixed with other finely chopped meats. A beautiful square of Gruyere brought in a newspaper still had Fate's divers printed on its creamy paste. The 2 sisters unwrapped a round of sausage that smelled of garlic, and Cornudet dipping both hands at once into the vast pockets of his overcoat, pulled out 4 hard, boiled eggs from one pocket and a crust of bread from the other. He removed the shell, threw it under his feet in the straw, and began biting directly into the eggs, letting yellow droplets fall onto his bushy beard, which made them look like stars. In the rush and horror of her rising, she hadn't thought of anything. She watched, exasperated, choking with rage, as all these people ate peacefully. At first, a turbulent anger seized her, and she opened her mouth to shout at them with a flood of insults that rose to her lips. But she couldn't speak as exasperation choked her. No one was looking at her or thinking of her. She felt drowned in the scorn of these honest rascals who had sacrificed her first and then rejected her like something unclean and useless. Then she thought of her large basket, filled with good things they had devoured greedily, her 2 glistening chickens in jelly, her peaties, her pears, her 4 bottles of Bordeaux, and suddenly, as her fury abated like a stretched string that snaps, she felt ready to cry. She made terrible efforts, stiffened herself, swallowed her sobs like children do, but tears kept welling up, glistening on the edges of her eyelids, and soon 2 thick tears rolled slowly down her cheeks. Others followed more quickly, flowing like water droplets seeping through a rock and falling regularly onto the curved, bouncing curve of her chest. She stood straight, with a fixed gaze, a rigid, pale face, hoping no one would see her. But the Comtesse noticed and warned her husband with a gesture. He shrugged his shoulders as if to say, "What can I do?" "It's not my fault." Mime Loiseau had a silent laugh of triumph and whispered, "She is crying over her shame." The 2 sisters resumed their prayers after rolling their remaining sausage in paper. Then Cornudet, digesting his eggs, stretched his long legs under the bench across from him, turned over, crossed his arms, smiled like a man who has just found a good joke, and began whistling the Marseillaise. Everyone's faces darkened. The popular song certainly didn't please her neighbors. Here is the English translation while preserving the name, Maupassant. They became nervous and agitated, ready to scream like dogs hearing a barbaric organ. He noticed this, stopped not a moment, sometimes even humming the lyrics, "Sacred love of the fatherland, conduct and support our avenging arms, liberty, dear liberty. Fight alongside your defenders." They fled faster as the snow was harder, and all the way to Dieppe, during the long, sombre hours of the journey, through the jolts of the road, into the falling night. Then in the deep darkness of the carriage, he continued with a fierce determination his monotonous, avenging whistle, forcing the weary and exasperated minds to follow the song from start to finish, recalling every word to each beat. And he still wept. Sometimes a sob, which she couldn't hold back, would slip between stanzas into the darkness. The wreck it was yesterday, December 31st. I had just finished lunch with my old friend George's garret. The servant brought him a letter covered in foreign stamps and seals. "Do you mind?" he asked. "Of course not," I replied. He began to read 8 pages of large, crossed-out English text. He reads slowly, intently, with the serious attention one gives to things that touch their heart. Then he placed the letter in a corner of the fireplace and said, "Here's a strange story I've never told you, a sentimental one, and it happened to me. Oh, what a peculiar New Year's Day that was many years ago. It was 20 years ago. When I was 30 and now 50, I was an inspector for the Maritime Insurance Company, which I now head. I had planned to spend the 1st of January in Paris, as it had been agreed to make this day a holiday. However, I received a letter from the director ordering me to leave immediately for the island of Ré, where a 3-masted ship from Saint Nazaire, insured by us, had run aground. It was 8 o'clock in the morning. I arrived at the company at 10 to receive instructions, and that very evening took the express train, which dropped me off in La Rochelle the next day, December 30th. I had 2 hours before boarding the rail boat Jean Gutten. I took a walk around town. La Rochelle is truly a grand city with streets mixed together like a labyrinth and sidewalks that run beneath endless galleries, arcaded like those in the Rue de Rivoli, but low, crushed, mysterious, giving the impression of having been constructed as a setting for conspirators, the ancient, striking backdrop of wars long past, heroic and wild religious wars. This is indeed the old Huguenot city, grave and discreet, without any great art or any of the wonderful monuments that make Rouen so magnificent, but notable for its severe, almost sly visage, a city of stubborn warriors where fanatics must emerge, the town where Calvinist faith was exalted, and he left the conspiracy of the four sergeants. After wandering through these peculiar streets for a while, I boarded a small steamboat, black and portly, that was to take me to L'Ide. It set off with a blast, its face filled with anger, passing between the 2 ancient towers that guard the harbour across the bay. Out of the dike built by Richelieu, whose enormous stones can be seen at water level, encircling the city like an immense necklace, then it turned to the right. It was one of those sad days that weigh heavily, crushing thoughts and constricting the heart, extinguishing all force and energy within us, a grey, frigid day, tainted by a heavy mist, damp and cold as rain or jelly. Under this low, sinister fog sealing the yellow sea, the shallow, sandy water of these boundless beaches lay smooth, without a ripple, devoid of life-y, murky, greasy, stagnant body of water. The Jean Gutten glided over it, cutting through the opaque, smooth surface, leaving behind just a few waves, splashes, and ripples that soon subsided. I began chatting with the captain, a small man almost without legs, round like his boat, and swaying like it. I wanted some details about the tragedy I was about to witness. A large 3-masted square-sail ship from Saint Nazaire, the Marie Joseph, had run aground on the sands of L'Ide during a storm night. The storm had carried the vessel so far, and it became impossible to raise it. The owner wrote, and we had to quickly remove everything that could be detached from it. I needed to assess the condition of the wreck, gauge its state before the sinking, and determine if all efforts had been made to bring it back to float. I was there as an agent for the company to provide contradictory testimony, if necessary, during the trial. Upon receipt of my report, the director would take whatever measures he deemed necessary to protect our interests. The captain of the Jean Gutten was well acquainted with the case, he having participated in the rescue attempts with his ship. He recounted the tragedy, which was quite simple, actually. The Marie Joseph, driven by a fierce gust of wind, lost at sea during the night, drifting aimlessly on a frothy sea of milk, as the captain put had run aground on these immense sandbars that transformed the coast in this region into boundless Saharas during low tide. As we chatted, I looked around and ahead of me. There was an open space between the ocean and the heavy sky where one could see far away. We were following a landmass. I asked, "Is this L'Ide?" "Wes, sir," he replied. Suddenly, extending his right hand in front of us, the captain pointed to something almost imperceptible in the middle of the sea, and said, "There it is, sir, your ship." I was stunned. That black dot, barely visible, that I would have sworn was hidden beneath the waves. Here is the translation of the text preserving the name Maupassant, considered a shoal. It seemed to be at least 3 kilometers from the coast. I said, "But, Captain, must there be 100 fathoms of water where you indicate?" He burst into laughter. 100 fathoms, my friend, not 2 fathoms, I tell you. He was a Bordeaux native. He continued, "We are at high tide, Nitro 40. After lunch at the hotel, do often go down to the beach with your hands in your pockets, and I promise that by 2:50 or 3 o'clock at the latest you will touch the wreck, dry shod, my friend, and have an hour and 45 minutes to 2 hours to explore it, no more, or you'll be caught. The further the sea recedes, the faster it returns. This coast is as flat as a board. Set off again at 4:50, believe me, and by 7:30 you'll be on board the Jean Gooden, which will drop you off at La Rochelle quay that very evening." I thanked the captain and sat down at the front of the steamer to watch the small town of St. Martin, which we were quickly approaching. It looked like all the miniature ports that serve as capitals for all the poor islands scattered along continents. It was a bustling fishing village, half in the water, half on land, living off fish and fowl, vegetables and shellfish, radishes and mussels. The island is very low, poorly cultivated, yet it seems very populous, but I did not venture inland. I've climbed over a small headland, then, as the tide dropped rapidly, I walked through the sands towards a sort of black rock that I could see above the water, over there, way over there. I was moving quickly across this yellow plain, elastic like flesh, and it seemed to be sweating under my feet. The sea had been right there just a moment ago. Now I could see it in the distance, receding to the horizon, and I could no longer distinguish the line between the sand and the ocean. I felt as if I were witnessing a gigantic, supernatural fairy tale. The Atlantic was before me just a moment ago. Then it had disappeared into the shore like sets in traps, and now I was walking through a desert. Only the sensation, the breath of salty water, remained within me. I could smell seaweed, the scent of the wave, the robust and good smell of the coast. I walked quickly. I was no longer cold. I looked at the stranded wreck, which grew larger as I advanced, now resembling a huge whale that had run aground. It seemed to be emerging from the ground and took on surprising proportions on this vast yellow plain. Finally, after an hour's walk, I reached it. It lay on its side, punctured, broken, showing its bones like the coast of a beast, its wooden bones stained with tar, pierced by enormous nails. The sand had already invaded it, entering through every crack, and it held it, possessed it, never letting go. It seemed to have taken root in the sand. The front end was deeply embedded in this. Here is the translation of the text, preserving the name Maupassant for a gentle and treacherous beach, while the rear, raised, seemed to reach for the sky like a desperate call, with those 2 white words on the black hull, Marie, Joseph. I climbed this dead ship from the lowest side, then, once on the deck, I ventured inside. The day had entered through broken hatches and cracks in the sides, casting a sad light on these long, dark caves filled with shattered woodwork. There was nothing left but sand that served as the floor of this underground chamber made of planks. I began taking notes on the state of the ship. I sat on an empty, broken barrel and wrote by the glow of a large gap through which I could see the endless expanse of the shore. A peculiar shiver of cold and solitude ran down my skin from time to time, and I would stop writing to listen the vague and mysterious sound of the shipwreck. The sound of crabs scratching the hull with their hooked claws, the noise of 1,000 tiny sea creatures already settled on this dead ship, and also the soft and regular sound of the tide gnawing away at all the old timbers with its spinning action, consuming them. Suddenly I heard human voices very close to me. I leaped as if facing an apparition. For a second I truly believed I would see 2 drowned people rise from the bottom of this sinister dock and tell me their story. Of course, it didn't take long for me to climb onto the deck using my arm strength. And there in front of the ship, I saw a tall gentleman with 3 young girls, or rather a tall Englishman with 3 misses. They were certainly more frightened than me when this swift figure emerged from the abandoned 3-masted ship. The youngest girl fled. The other 2 clutched their father tightly, and he had opened his mouth, the only sign of his emotion. After a few seconds, he spoke. Sir, were you the owner of this vessel? Yes, sir, but could I visit it? Absolutely, sir. He then uttered a long English sentence in which I recognized only the word gracious, repeated several times. As he looked for a place to climb, I showed him the best spot and offered my hand. He climbed up, and we helped the 3 girls, who were reassured. They were charming, especially the eldest, an 18-year-old blonde, fresh as a flower, and so delicate, so cute. Indeed, English girls look like tender sea fruits. She seemed to have just emerged from the sand, and her hair had retained its shade. They remind me, with their exquisite freshness, of the delicate colors of pink shells and nacre pearls, rare and mysterious, hatched in the unknown depths of oceans. She spoke a little better than her father, and she acted as our interpreter as we recounted the shipwreck in every detail. Here is the translation preserving the name Maupassant. I imagined it as if I had witnessed the catastrophe. Then the entire family descended into the interior of the wreck. As soon as they entered this dark, dimly lit gallery, they exclaimed in surprise and admiration. Suddenly, the father and the 3 daughters held in their hands albums, hidden perhaps within their large waterproof clothing, and they began to sketch simultaneously with pencils 4 drawings of this sad and bizarre place. They sat side by side on a protruding beam, and the 4 albums, resting on their 8 knees, were covered in small black lines intended to represent the open belly of the Marie Joseph. While they worked, the oldest girl chatted with me as I continued examining the ship's skeleton. I learned that they had spent the winter in Biarritz and specifically traveled to the island Ray to admire this 3-masted schooner stranded on the shore. These people were not proud like the English. They were simple, brave wanderers, those eternal rovers whom England sends around the world. The father was tall and thin, with a red face framed by white whiskers, a living sandwich, a slice of ham shaped like a human head, between 2 pillows of fur. The girls, tall and leggy, were like small growing ostriches, dry except for the oldest, and all 3 were kind, especially the eldest. She had a peculiar way of speaking, telling stories, laughing, understanding, not understanding, raising her eyes to ask me questions, with blue eyes like deep water. She would stop drawing to guess, then return to work and say yes or no. I could have listened to her and watched her for an indefinite period. Suddenly, she whispered. I heard a tiny movement on that boat. I lent my ear and immediately distinguished a faint, peculiar, continuous sound. What was it? I stood up to look through the gap, and let out a loud cry. The sea had reached us. It would surround us. We were instantly on the deck. It was too late. Water surrounded us, and it was rushing towards the shore at an incredible speed. No, it wasn't rushing. It was gliding, creeping, extending itself like an oversized stain. Only a few centimeters of water covered the sand, but we could no longer see the fleeting line of the imperceptible tide. The Englishman wanted to leap forward, but I stopped him. Escape was impossible due to the deep pools we had had to navigate on our way there, and where we would fall upon returning. It was a minute of terrible anxiety in our hearts. Then the little English girl began to smile and whispered, "This summer we are the shipwrecked ones." I wanted to laugh, but fear gripped me, a weak, awful, base and sneaky fear like that time. All the dangers we faced suddenly became apparent to me. I felt like screaming, "Help!" But towards whom? The two younger English girls had cuddled up to their father, who looked with consternation at the immense sea surrounding us. And night fell as rapidly as the rising ocean, a heavy, damp, cold night. "Nothing to do but stay on this boat," said Maupassant. The Englishman replied, "Oh, yes," and we remained there for a quarter of an hour, half an hour, I can't say exactly how long, gazing at the yellow water around us, growing thicker, swirling, seeming to bubble, seeming to play on the vast shore reclaimed by the sea. One of the little girls felt cold, and the idea came to us to go back down, for shelter from the light yet chilly breeze that was brushing past us and stinging our skin. I leaned over the hatch. The ship was filled with water. We had to huddle against the stern, which offered us a bit of protection. Darkness now enveloped us, and we remained close together, surrounded by shadow and water. I felt her little English shoulder tremble against mine, her teeth clicking at times, but I also felt the warm glow of her body through her clothes, and that warmth was delicious to me like a kiss. We didn't speak. We remained still, silent, hunched over like beasts in a trench during an hour of storm. Yet, despite it all, despite the night, despite the terrible growing danger, I started to feel happy to be there, happy with the cold and peril, happy with these long hours of shadow and dread passing on this plank, so close to that pretty little girl. I wondered about this strange feeling of well-being and joy that was washing over me. Why do we know? Because she was there. Who she? An unknown English girl. I didn't know her, yet I felt touched, conquered. I wanted to save her, dedicate myself to her, do 1,000 foolish things. Strange thing! How comes the presence of a woman can affect us so deeply? Is it the power of her grace that surrounds us? The allure of beauty and youth that intoxicates us like wine? Or is it rather a kind of touch from love, the mysterious love that perpetually seeks to unite beings, that tests its power as soon as it brings man and woman face to face and fills them with emotion, an obscure secret, profound emotion, like watering the earth for flowers to grow. But the silence of the darkness became frightening, the silence of the sky, because we heard faintly around us a light rustling, infinite, the rumble of the deaf sea rising, and the monotonous lapping of the current against the boat. Suddenly I heard sobs. The smallest English girl was crying. Her father tried to comfort her, and they started speaking in their language, which I didn't understand. I figured he was reassuring her, and she was still afraid. I asked my neighbor, "Aren't you too cold, miss?" "Oh, yes, very much," she replied. I wanted to give her my coat, but she refused, yet I took it off and covered her against her will. In the brief struggle, I encountered her hand, sending a charming shiver through my whole body. For several minutes, the waters lapping against the ship's sides grew more intense, and a strong gust of wind swept across my face. The wind was rising. The Englishman noticed it at the same time as me, and simply said, "It's bad for us, this. It's certain to be bad if even weak waves come to attack and batter the wreck. So broken and disjointed the first rough wave would carry it away in a mess." Our anxiety increased with each passing second as the gusts grew stronger. The sea was breaking against the ship slightly, and I saw white lines appear and disappear in the darkness, lines of foam, while every tide hit the Marie Joseph and gave a brief of tremor that reached our hearts. The Englishwoman was shaking. I felt her shiver against me, and I had an insane urge to embrace her. Pharaohs glowed on the coasts before us, left, right, and behind white, yellow, red lights that swiveled like enormous eyes watching, lurking, eagerly awaiting our disappearance. One of them in particular bothered me. It flickered every 30 seconds before reigniting. It was an eye, that one, with its lid constantly drooping over its fiery gaze. Occasionally, the Englishman would strike a match to check the time and then put his watch away. Suddenly, he spoke over his daughters' heads with supreme gravity. "Happy New Year, sir." It was midnight. I extended my hand, which he shook. Then he pronounced a phrase in English, and suddenly his daughters, and he began singing "God Save the Queen." The song rose into the black air, the silent space, and dissipated into nothingness. At first, I wanted to laugh, but then powerful and strange emotion overcame me. It was something sinister yet magnificent, the song of shipwrecked, condemned souls, akin to a prayer, and yet something grander, comparable to the ancient and sublime Ave. Caesar, morituri salutant. When they finished, I asked my neighbor to sing a ballad, a legend, anything to help us forget our fears. She agreed, and her clear, young voice soared into the night. She sang something sad, perhaps, for the notes lingered long, slowly emerged from her mouth, and fluttered above the waves like wounded birds. The sea grew fierce, pounding our wreck now. I thought of nothing but that voice. And I also thought of sirens. If a boat had passed nearby, what would the sailors have said? My troubled mind wandered into a dream. A siren? Wasn't she, after all, a mermaid who had kept me on this rotting ship and who was about to sink with me into the waves? But we tumbled suddenly across the deck as one, for the Marie Joseph had sunk to its right side. The Englishwoman having fallen on me, I had grasped her in my arms, and madly, without knowing, without understanding, believing this to be my last moment, I kissed her cheek, temple, and hair full on. The boat no longer moved, neither did we. The father said, "Kate." The one I held responded, "Eyes," and made a movement to free herself. At that very instant, I would have wanted the boat to split in two so I could fall into the water with her. The Englishman resumed, "Just a little rocking, it was nothing." I had my 3 daughters safe. Not seeing the eldest, he thought she was lost at first. I slowly stood up, and suddenly I saw a light on the sea, right next to us. I cried out. Someone responded. It was a boat searching for us, as the hotel manager had anticipated our imprudence. We were saved. I was sorry. We were rescued from our raft and brought back to St. Martin. The Englishman now rubbed his hands and murmured, Good dinner." We did have dinner. I wasn't in a good mood. I regretted the Marie Joseph. We had to part the next day, after many embraces and promises to write to each other. They set off towards Biarritz. I almost followed them. I was head over heels. I nearly proposed to that little girl. Certainly, if we had spent 8 days together, I would have married her. How weak and incomprehensible a man can be sometimes. 2 years passed without my hearing anything about them. Then I received a letter from New York. She was married, and she told me so. And since then we write to each other every year on January 1st. She tells me about her life, speaks of her children, her sisters, never her husband. Why? Why? And I only talk to her about the Marie, Joseph. Perhaps she is the only woman I have loved. No, that I would have loved. There it is. Do you know? Events carry you away. And then, and everything passes. She must be old now. I wouldn't recognize her. The one from before. The one from the wreck. What a creature! Divine! She writes to me that her hair is all white. My God! It broke my heart. Her blonde hair. No, mine no longer exists. How sad. Everything, discovery, the boat was packed with people. As the crossing promised to be a beautiful one, the Havre residents were going for a spin in Trouville. The moorings were untied. A final whistle announced the departure, and instantly a tremor shook the entire body of the ship while we heard, along its sides, the sound of disturbed water. The wheels turned for a few seconds, then stopped and gently started up again. Then the captain, standing on his bridge, having shouted through the speaking tube that descends into the depths of the engine room, set sail. They began to beat the sea with speed. We were gliding along the jetty, packed with people. People on the boat waved their handkerchiefs as if they were leaving for. Here is the translation of the text, preserving the name Maupassant, America. And the friends who remained on land responded in the same manner. The great July sun fell upon the red umbrellas, the clear decks, the joyful faces, and the ocean barely ruffled by ripples. When we left the port, the small ship made a sharp turn, directing its pointed bow towards the distant coast visible through the morning mist. To our left opened the mouth of the Seine, spanning 20 kilometers wide. From one place to another, large buoys marked the sandbanks, and in the distance we recognized the sweet, muddy waters of the river that, not mixing with the salt water, formed vast yellow ribbons across the immense sheet of pure, deep blue of the open sea. As soon as I boarded a ship, I feel the need to walk back and forth like a sailor on watch. Why? I don't know. So I started circulating across the deck among the crowd of passengers. Suddenly, someone called out to me. I turned around, and it was one of my old friends, Henry Sidoine, whom I hadn't seen in 10 years. After shaking hands, we resumed our conversation, talking about various things, as if continuing the solitary stroll I used to take before. And while chatting, we observed the 2 rows of passengers seated on both sides of the deck. Then suddenly exclaimed with a genuine expression of rage, "There are English people everywhere here, those filthy people." Indeed, there were plenty of Englishmen. The standing men scanned the horizon with an important air, as if declaring, "We English are the masters of the sea." Boom, boom, here we come. And all their white sails fluttering on their white hats seemed like flags of their arrogance. The young, flat-chested women, whose shoes also reminded one of naval construction in their homeland, hugged their straight, slender figures and thin arms with multicolored scarves. They vaguely smiled at the radiant landscape. Their tiny heads, stuck onto these long bodies, wore strange English hats, and behind their skulls their scanty hair curled like snakes. The old women, even more slender, opened wide their national jaws to the wind, appearing to threaten space with their oversized yellow teeth. One could sense a smell of rubber and toothpaste as we passed them by. Sidoine repeated, growing angrier. Those filthy people. Can't we stop them from coming to France? I smiled and asked, why do you hate them? As for me, they're entirely indifferent to me. He said, West to you, damn it. But me, I married an Englishwoman. There's the proof. I stopped to laugh in his face. Hell. Tell me about it. Does she make you very unhappy? He shrugged. No, not precisely. Then, does she cheat on you? Unfortunately not. That would give you grounds for divorce and get rid of her, but I don't. You don't understand? That doesn't surprise me. Well, she has everything. I simply learned French, nothing else. Listen, I had no desire at all to get married when 2 years ago I came to spend the summer in Nadadritat. Nothing is more dangerous than resort towns. You can't imagine how advantageous young girls are there. Paris suits women, and the countryside young girls. Donkey rides, morning baths, picnics on the grass, all these are traps for marriage. And truly, there's nothing nicer than an 18-year-old girl running through a field or picking flowers along a path. I got to know an English family who stayed at the same hotel as me. The father looked like the men you see around here, and the mother was like all Englishwomen. There were 2 sons, these bony boys who play violent games from morning till night with balls, clubs, or rackets. Then 2 daughters, the eldest a bit dry, another typical box of English tea, and the younger one a marvel. She had blonde hair, or rather a golden mane with a head that seemed to come from heaven. When they start looking pretty, these mischievous girls are divine. She had blue eyes, those blue eyes that seem to contain all the world's poetry, dreams, hope, and happiness. What an horizon it opens in your infinite dreams. 2 womanly eyes like those, how well it responds to our eternal and confused longing of the heart. It must be said that we French adore foreigners. As soon as we meet a Russian, Italian, Swedish, Spanish, or even a slightly pretty Englishwoman, we fall in love instantly. Everything from abroad excites us: underwear, hats, gloves, rifles, and women. But we're wrong nonetheless. I believe what fascinates us most about the exotic is their pronunciation defect. As soon as a woman speaks our language poorly, she's charming. If she makes a French mistake in every word, she's exquisite. And if she babbles in a completely incomprehensible way, she becomes irresistible. You can't imagine how sweet it is to hear a cute pink mouth say, I like the gig very much. My little Englishwoman, Kate, spoke an incredible language. I didn't understand anything for the first few days, as she invented so many unexpected words. Then I absolutely fell in love with this comic and cheerful argot. All mangled, strange, ridiculous terms took on a delicious charm on her lips, and we would have long conversations in the evening on the casino terrace that resembled spoken riddles. I married her. I loved her madly, like one can love a dream. For true lovers never adore anything but a dream that has taken the form of a woman. Do you remember Louis Boulet's marvelous verses? You've never been, in your rarest days, just a common instrument under my conquering bow. And like a melody that resounds in the hollow, wood of guitars I made. Title, a parasite sing, my dream into the void of your heart. Well, my dear, the only fault I ever had was to give my wife a French professor. As long as she tormented the dictionary and supplied grammar, I loved her. Our conversations were simple. They revealed to me the surprising grace of her being, the incomparable elegance of her gesture, they showed her to me like a wonderful talking jewel, a flesh doll made for kissing, able to list roughly what she loved, occasionally uttering strange exclamations, and expressing in a coquettish way, through force of being incomprehensible and unexpected, complicated emotions or sensations. She resembled those pretty toys that say, Daddy, Mummy, and pronouncing Bye-bye and Bye-bye. Could I have believed? She speaks badly, very badly. She makes just as many mistakes. But we understand her. Yes, I understand her. I know her. I opened my doll to look inside. I saw, and one must talk, my dare. You don't know the opinions, ideas, theories of a well-bred young Englishwoman from whom I can find no fault, and who repeats to me morning till night all the phrases from a conversation dictionary for use in boarding schools for young ladies. Have you seen these surprises inside a box, these pretty golden papers that contain horrible candies? I had one. I tore it. I wanted to eat its insides and was so disgusted that now just looking at one of her compatriots makes me feel nauseous. I married a parrot to whom an old English teacher would have taught French true, do you understand? The port of Trouville now showed its wooden jetties covered with people. I said, "Where is your wife?" He replied, "I brought her back to Tritat. And you, where are you going?" Me. I'm going to have some fun in Trouville." Then, after a silence, he added, "You don't realize how foolish it can sometimes be for a woman." The parricide, the lawyer, had pleaded insanity. How else explain this strange crime? In the morning, one found 2 entangled corpses in the reeds near Chateau, the woman and man, 2 known socialites, rich, no longer young, married only the previous year, with the woman not a widow for 3 years. They had no known enemies. They hadn't been robbed. It seemed as if they'd been thrown from the shore into the river after being struck, one after the other, with a long iron spike. The investigation revealed nothing. The sailors interrogated had nothing to say. The case was about to be dropped when a young carpenter from a neighboring village named Georges Louis, known as Le Bourgeois, turned himself in as a prisoner. To every question he answered only this: "I knew the man for 2 years, the woman for 6 months. They would often come to me to have old furniture repaired because I am good at my trade, and when asked, 'Why did you?' Here is the translation of the text, preserving the name Maupassant true. Kill. He obstinately replied, he killed them because I wanted to kill them." Nothing else could be extracted from him. This man was no doubt a natural child placed in nurse's care in the country and then abandoned. He had no other name than George Louis, but as he grew up, he became remarkably intelligent, with native tastes and refinements that his peers lacked. They nicknamed him the Bourgeois, and they never called him by any other name. He was known to be exceptionally skilled in the trade of carpentry, even creating some wood carvings. People also said he was fiercely passionate, a supporter of communist and nihilist doctrines, an avid reader of dramatic, bloody novels, a significant voter, and a clever speaker at public gatherings of workers, peasants, or peasant. The lawyer had pleaded insanity. Indeed, how could one accept that this worker had killed his best clients, rich and generous patrons, he knew them, who had commissioned him to do 2 years' worth of work for 3,000 francs. The only explanation was madness, the fixed idea of a downtrodden person avenging themselves on 2 bourgeois out of all bourgeois, and the lawyer made a subtle reference to the nickname the bourgeois given by the country to this forsaken individual. He exclaimed, "Isn't this irony?" and an irony that could still excite this unfortunate boy who has neither father nor mother. He is a fervent Republican. I say more, he even belongs to the political party that the Republic once shot and deported, but now welcomes with open arms, a party for whom fire is a principle and murder a simple means. These sad doctrines, now applauded at public meetings, have led this man astray. He heard Republican women, yes, women, demanding the blood of Mr. Gambetta, the blood of Mr. Graivai. His sick mind tipped over. He wanted blood of bourgeois. It's not him we need to condemn. Gentlemen, it's the commune. Murmurs of approval spread. It was clear that the lawyer had won the case. The public prosecution did not resist. Then the president asked the accused the standard question, "Accused, do you have anything to add in your defense?" The man stood up. He was short, with blonde linen hair and grey fixed and clear eyes. A strong, frank, and resonant voice came from this frail boy, abruptly changing the opinion one had formed of him. He spoke loudly in a declamatory tone, but so clearly that his every word reached the depths of the vast hall. My president, as I do not want to go to an asylum for the insane, and would even prefer the guillotine, I will tell you everything. I killed this man and woman because they were my parents. Now listen to me and judge me. A woman, having given birth to a son, sent him somewhere to be nursed. She didn't even know in what country her accomplice took the innocent little being, condemned. Eternal wretchedness, shame by an illegitimate birth, more than that, to death, since they abandoned me, since the nurse no longer receiving the monthly pension could, as they often do, let me wither away, suffer from hunger, die from neglect. The woman who nursed me was honest. She was more of a woman, taller and a better mother than my own. She raised me. She was wrong in doing her duty. It's better to let these wretches perish in the villages on the outskirts like garbage thrown away. I grew up with a vague feeling that I carried a stain of shame. The other children called me one day a bastard. They didn't know what that word meant, having heard it from one of their parents. I didn't either, but I felt I can say that I was one of the smartest in school. I would have been an honest man, my president, perhaps a superior man, if my parents hadn't committed the crime of abandoning me. This crime was against me. They were the perpetrators, I was the victim. I had no defense. They showed no mercy. They should have loved me. Instead, they rejected me. I owed them my life, but is life ever a gift? Mine, at any rate, was only misery. After their shameful abandonment, I owed them more than vengeance. They committed against me the most inhuman, vile, monstrous act that can be done against a person. A man insulted strikes back. One robbed takes his property by force. A deceived, cheated, martyred man kills. A man crushed kills. A man dishonored kills. I was robbed, deceived, martyred, and morally crushed, dishonored more than all those for whom you absolve anger. I took vengeance. I killed. It was my legitimate right. I took their happy life in exchange for the horrible life they imposed on me. You'll speak of parricide. Were they my parents, these people for whom I was an abominable burden, a terror, a stain of infamy, for whom my birth was a calamity, and my life a threat of shame? They sought egoistic pleasure. They had an unexpected child. They got rid of the child. My turn came to do the same for them, yet even recently I was ready to love them. 2 years ago I told you the man, my father, entered my home for the first time. I had no suspicion. He ordered 2 pieces of furniture from me. Later I learned he had taken information from the priest under seal of secrecy, of course. He came back often. He made me work and paid well. Sometimes he'd chat a bit about various things and others. I felt affection for him. At the beginning of this year, he brought his wife, my mother. When she entered, she was shaking so much that I thought she was suffering from a nervous disorder. Then she asked for a seat and a glass of water. She didn't say anything. She looked at my furniture with a wild expression and answered yes or no randomly to all the questions he asked her. She left. And I thought she was a little crazy. She returned the following month. She was calm and in control. They stayed for a long time that day, chatting, and they placed a large order with me. I saw her again 3 more times without suspecting anything. But one day, she started talking to me about my life, my childhood, and my parents. I answered, "My parents, madam, were miserable people who abandoned me." She then put her hand over her heart and passed out. I immediately thought, she's my mother. But I made sure not to show it. I wanted to watch her come back. For example, I did some digging of my own. I found out that they had only been married since last July, with my mother becoming a widow just 3 years ago. There were whispers that they had loved each other while the first husband was alive, but no proof existed. I was the proof that had been hidden at first and then attempted to be destroyed. I waited. She returned one evening, still accompanied by my father. That day, she seemed very emotional for some reason. As she was about to leave, she said, "I want you to do well because you seem like an honest and hard-working young man. I think you'll get married someday. I'm here to help you choose a suitable wife freely. I myself was married against my will once, and I know how painful that can be. Now, I am rich without children, free, and in control of my fortune. Here's your dowry." She handed me a large sealed envelope. I stared at her, then asked, "Are you my mother?" She took 3 steps back and covered her eyes with her hand to avoid looking at me. He, the man, my father, supported her, shouting, "But you're crazy." I replied, "Not at all. I know for certain that you are my parents. Nobody can deceive me like this. Admit it, and I'll keep the secret. I won't hold it against you. I'll remain who I am, a carpenter." He backed towards the door while still supporting his wife, who had started to cry. I ran to close the door, put the key in my pocket, and said, "Look at her and deny she's my mother any more." He then became pale and distraught by the thought that the scandal they had managed to avoid until then could suddenly explode, that their situation, reputation, and honor would be lost in an instant. He stammered, "You're a scoundrel trying to extort money from us. Do some good for the people. Help these poor folks." My mother, desperate, repeated, "Let's leave." "Let's leave." As the door was locked, he shouted, "If you don't open it right now, I'll have you arrested for blackmail and assault." I had managed to keep my composure. I opened the door, and they disappeared into the shadows. Suddenly, I felt like I had just become an orphan, abandoned, driven to the stream. An awful sadness, mixed with anger, hatred, and disgust, engulfed me. I felt a rebellion within every fiber of my being, a rebellion for justice, integrity, honor, and affection spurned. I took to running to catch up with them along the sign, as they had to follow it to reach Chatto Station. I soon caught up with them. Night had fallen, dark as pitch. I moved silently across the grass, so they couldn't hear me. My mother was still crying. My father said, "It's your fault. Why did you insist on seeing him? It was madness in our position. We could have done him good from afar, without showing ourselves. Since we can't acknowledge him, what were these dangerous visits for? So I launched myself before them, pleading. I stammered, you see that you are my parents. You've rejected me once. Will you reject me again? Then my father raised his hand against me. I swear it on honor, law, and the Republic. He struck me, and as I grabbed him by the collar, he pulled a revolver from his pocket. I turned red. I can't remember. Had my compass in my pocket, I struck him as hard as I could. Then she started screaming, "No!" to the assassin as she tore my beard off. It seems I killed her too. Do I know what I did at that moment? Then, when I saw them both on the ground, I threw them into the Seine without thinking. That's it. Now, judge me. The accused sat back down. In light of this revelation, the case was postponed to the next session. It will be dealt with soon. If we were jurors, what would we do about this parricide? The meeting her hat on her head, her coat over her shoulders, a black veil across her nose, and another in her pocket which she would double over the first when she climbed into the guilty cab. She tapped the tip of her booty with her parasol and sat in her room, unable to decide whether to leave for this meeting. How many times in the past 2 years had she dressed like this during her husband's stock exchange hours? A very sophisticated broker, to meet in his bachelor flat the handsome Vicomte de Mort, her lover. The pendulum behind her back ticked loudly. A half-read book lay open on the pink wooden desk between the windows, and a strong violet scent from 2 small bouquets in 2 charming Saxon vases on the fireplace mixed with a faint lavender smell wafting slyly from the cabinet door left slightly ajar. The hour struck 3 o'clock, and she stood up. She turned around to look at the clock, then smiled, thinking, he's already waiting for me. He'll be impatient. Then she left, told the chambermaid she would be back in an hour. At most a lie, went down the stairs and ventured out. On the street, on foot. It was the last days of May, that delightful time when the country's spring seems to surround and conquer Paris from rooftop to rooftop, infiltrating homes through walls, blossoming the city, spreading a joy over the stone facades, the asphalt sidewalks, and the cobblestone street, soaking it, drenching it in sap like wood turning green. Hagen took a few steps to the right with the intention of following, as she always does, Rue de Provence, where she'd hail a carriage, but the softness of the air, that summer sensation that fills our throats on certain days, suddenly overwhelmed her, and, changing her mind, she took Rue de la Chaussée-d'Antin, not knowing why, vaguely drawn to see trees in the Square de la Trinity. She thought, he'll wait for me 10 minutes more. This idea once again pleased her, and as she walked slowly through the crowd, she imagined him growing impatient, checking the time, opening the window, listening at the door, sitting down briefly, getting up and unable to smoke since she had forbidden it on their meeting days, casting desperate glances at the cigarette box. She walked gently, distracted by everything she encountered faces, and shop-slowing her pace more and more, so unhurried that she looked for excuses to stop in front of store windows. At the end of the street, facing the church, the verdant little square attracted her so strongly that she crossed the place, entered the garden, this children's cage, and circled the narrow lawn twice. Among the bundled, bloomed, and colourful nannies. Then she sat down on a chair, looked at the round dial, like a moon in the bell tower, as the hand moved. Just then 1:30 rang, and her heart relaxed at the tinting of the carillon bells. She had 1/2 an hour, plus another quarter for reaching Rue Maramsnel, and a few minutes more for idle wandering an hour. An hour stolen from her appointment. She would only stay there for barely 40 minutes, and it would be over again. Oh, how bored she was of going there! Like a patient waiting to see the dentist, she carried within her heart an unbearable memory of all past appointments, one per week on average for the last 2 years, and the thought that another one was about to take place right now twisted her from head to toe with anxiety. Not because it would be painful, not as painful as a visit to the dentist, but because it was so tedious, so boring, so complicated, so long, so arduous that everything, even an operation, would have seemed preferable. Yet she went slowly, in tiny steps, stopping and sitting down occasionally, idly wandering about, but she went. Oh, she would have loved to skip this one too, but she had made the poor Viscount wait twice in a row last month, and she didn't dare do it again so soon. Why did she return? Why? Because she had grown accustomed to it, and had no reason to give to the unhappy martlet when he wanted to know why. Why had she started? Why? She no longer knew. Had she loved him? It was possible, not too strongly, but a little, so long ago. He was handsome, sought after, elegant, gallant, and represented, at first glance, the perfect lover of a woman of the world. The courtship lasted 3 months, a normal length, an honourable struggle, a sufficient resistance, and then she consented, with what emotion, what tension, what horrible and charming fear, to this first appointment, followed by so many others in that small boy's apartment on Rue de Maramsnel. Her heart. What was her little woman's heart feeling as she passed through the door of this nightmare house for the very first time? Truly, she no longer knew. She had forgotten it. One remembers a fact that dates something, but one rarely remembers 2 years later an emotion that flew away so quickly because it was so light. Oh! For example, she hadn't forgotten the others, that string of appointments, that path of love's crucible with its exhausting, monotonous, repetitive stations that made her mouth water in anticipation of what was to come. God! The fiacres one had to call to get that didn't look like the other fiacres used for regular errands. Of course, the drivers guessed. She could feel it just from the way they looked at her, and Paris coachmen's eyes are terrible. When you think that any moment in court they recognize, after several years, criminals they've driven only once, in the middle of the night, from some random street to a station, and that they have to deal with almost as many travellers as there are hours in the day, and that their memory is reliable enough for them to declare, "Here's the man I drove down Rue des Martyrs and dropped off at Lyon Station at midnight 40 on July 10th last year. Isn't it chilling to risk what a young woman risks when she entrusts her reputation to just any coachman?" For 2 years she had used at least 100 to 120 for this trip from Rue Maramsnel, counting 1 per week. They were witnesses who could testify against her in a critical moment. As soon as she was in the fiacre, she took out the other veil, thick and black as a wolf, and applied it over her eyes. It hid her face, but the rest of the dress, her hat, her umbrella, couldn't they be noticed? Hadn't they already been seen? Oh! In this Rue de Maramsnel, what torture! She thought she recognized passers-by, all the servants, everyone. As soon as the carriage stopped, she jumped out and ran past the concierge, who was always standing on his loge's threshold. There was one who must know everything, her address, her name, everything. Here is the translation of the text, preserving the name Maupassant, the profession of her husband, everything, for these porters are the most subtle of police officers. For 2 years she had wanted to buy him 100-franc note, throw it at his feet as he passed, but she hadn't dared make that small gesture once. She was afraid. Of what? She didn't know! Of being recalled if he didn't understand. Of a scandal. Of a gathering in the staircase. Perhaps an arrest. To reach the Vicomte's door, there was only half a flight of stairs to climb, yet it seemed as high as the Saint, Jack's tower to her. As soon as she entered the vestibule, she felt trapped, and any noise from ahead or behind gave her suffocation. It was impossible to retreat, with this porter blocking her way, and the street cutting off her escape. If someone happened to pass by at that very moment, she didn't dare ring Martelet's doorbell and walked past as if going elsewhere. She kept climbing up and up, as if she'd climb 40 flights of stairs. Then, when everything seemed calm again in the staircase well, she would run downstairs with her heart full of anxiety, not recognizing the entresol. He was there dressed in a dapper velvet suit lined with silk, very coquettish, but a bit ridiculous, and for 2 years he hadn't changed his welcome manner, not even slightly. As soon as he closed the door, he'd say, "Let me kiss your hands, my dear, dearest friend." Then he would follow her into the room where the shutters were closed and lights on in winter or summer, for show. Perhaps he'd kneel before her, gazing up at her with an air of adoration. On the first day it had been very kind, very successful, that gesture. But now she felt Maupassant playing out the 5th act of a successful play for the 100th time. He needed to change his routine. And then afterward, oh my God, that was the hardest part. No, he didn't change his ways, that poor boy. Such a good boy, but so banal. It was difficult, God, to undress without a maid. Once in a while, still acceptable, but every week became odious. No, truly, a man shouldn't expect a woman to perform such chores. And besides, it was hard to undress, making dressing almost impossible and exasperating, as she'd scream or slap the gentleman who would say, turning around her clumsily, "Do you want me to help?" Help her? Ah, yes! In what? What could he do? It was enough to see him holding a safety pin to know. Perhaps that's when she started developing a dislike for him. When he'd ask, "Do you want me to help?" she'd kill him. And how could a woman not eventually hate a man who, for 2 years, had forced her more than 100 times to dress without a maid? Of course, there weren't many men as clumsy or less nimble or as monotonous as him. He wasn't the noble Baron de Grimble who had asked for this knave heir. "Would you like me to help you?" He would have helped, sharp, so funny, so spiritual. There! He was a diplomat. He had travelled the world, roamed everywhere, undressed and dressed women, following every fashion on earth. That one. The church clock chimed 3 quarters. She stood up, looked at the dial, started laughing in a whisper. Oh, must he be anxious? Then she quickened her pace and left the square. She had not taken 10 steps on the square when she found herself face to face with a gentleman who greeted her deeply. "Hey there, Baron," she exclaimed, surprised. She had just been thinking of him. "Yes, madam." And he inquired about her health. Then, after some casual remarks, he resumed, "You are the only one, I mean to say, among my friends who has not yet visited my Japanese collections. But, my dear Baron, a woman cannot just go to a young man's place." "What? How could anyone make such a mistake when visiting a rare collection? In any case, she cannot go there alone. Why not? I receive countless single women, nothing but for my gallery. I receive them every day. Do you want me to name them? No, I won't. One must be discreet even in innocent circumstances. In principle, it is inappropriate to enter a serious man's home when one has an unspoken reason. Indeed, what you say is quite fair. Then you will come see my collection. When? Right now? Impossible. I'm in a hurry. Let's go then. She had been sitting in the square for half an hour. Were you spying on me? I was just looking at you. True, I am in a rush. I'm sure that's not the case. Admit that you're not in a hurry. Mrs. Hagan laughed and confessed. No, not really. A carriage passed by as they were speaking. The little Baron shouted, "Coachman," and the carriage stopped. Then, opening the door, "Get in, madame." But, Baron, no, it's impossible. I can't today. Madam, what you're doing is imprudent. Get in. We are being watched. You will create a crowd. People might think I am taking you away, and we'll both be arrested. Please get in. She got in, dazed and confused. Then he sat next to her, telling the coachman, Rue de Provence. But suddenly she exclaimed, "Oh, my God, I forgot a very urgent message. Could you drive me first to the telegraph office?" The carriage stopped a little further down on Rue de Chateaudun, and she said to the Baron, "Can you give me a 50-cent card? I promised my husband to invite Martelet to dinner tomorrow, and I completely forgot." When the Baron returned with his blue card in hand, she wrote in pencil, "My dear friend, I am very ill. I have a terrible neuralgia that keeps me in bed. It's impossible for me to go out. Please come to dinner tomorrow night. Here is the translation of the text, preserving the name Maupassant. To make myself forgiven." Jean. She moistened the glue, carefully sealed it, wrote the address to Vicomte de Martelet, 240 Rue Marumsnel, then handed the card back to the Baron. "Now, would you be kind enough to throw this into the telegram box?" Simon Bombard, often found life distasteful. He was born with an incredible talent for doing nothing and an insatiable desire not to inconvenience his vocation. Every moral or physical effort, every task seemed beyond his strength. As soon as he heard of a serious matter, he became distracted. His mind couldn't concentrate or even focus. The son of a novelty merchant from Caen, he had lived it up until the age of 25, as they said in his family. However, with his parents always teetering on the edge of bankruptcy rather than prosperity, he suffered terribly from a lack of funds. Tall, stout, with ruddy red hair, a Norman type, fair-skinned, blue eyes, stupidly happy, and already showing a protruding belly, he dressed in an ostentatious provincial style when celebrating. He laughed, screamed, gesticulated about anything, showcasing his boisterous good mood with the confidence of a travel salesman. He believed life was all about carousing and having fun, and as soon as he needed to temper his joyful shouts, he fell into a kind of dazed sleepiness, even unable to feel sadness. With his money needs constantly haunting him, he had a phrase that became famous among his acquaintances. For 10,000 francs in rent, I'd become an executioner. Every year he spent 15 days in Trouville, which he called my season. He stayed with cousins who lent him a room, and from the day of his arrival until departure he strolled along the boards that lined the vast sandy beach. He walked with a confident stride, hands in pockets or behind his back, always dressed in ample garments, light vests, and flashy ties, hat on his ear, and a 1 franc cigar stuck in the corner of his mouth. He strolled past elegant women, glared at men ready for a good brawl, and searched. He was searching. He was looking for a woman, relying on his looks, his physique. He had thought to himself, what the devil, among all these ladies here, I'm bound to find my match. And he searched with the keen sense of a hunting dog, a Norman's instinct, certain that he would recognize her when he caught sight of her, the woman who would make him rich. It was on a Monday morning that he whispered, "Halt! Hot ho!" The weather was superb, one of those yellow and blue July days where it seems to rain heat. The vast beach filled with people, dressing gowns, colours, looked like a garden of women, the fishing with brown sails, almost motionless on the blue water, reflected the sky upside down, as if sleeping under the powerful sun of 10 whores. They remained there, facing the wooden pier, some very close, others farther away, and others much farther, motionless, as if overcome by a summer's laziness, too nonchalant to reach the open sea or even return to port. And over there in the mist, one could make out faintly the coast of Le Havre with 2 white points on top, the lighthouses of Saint-Yves. He had said to himself, well, upon meeting her for the 3rd time, and feeling her gaze upon him, the gaze of a mature, experienced, and bold woman who is offering herself. He had already noticed her on previous days, as she seemed to be seeking someone too. She was a tall, slightly thin Englishwoman, the daring English traveller whose journeys and circumstances had made her somewhat of a man. Not that it mattered much. She walked with a short, brisk step, dressed simply and modestly, but with a strange hairstyle, just like they all did. She had pretty eyes, prominent cheeks, a touch red, and 2 long teeth, always caught in the wind. When he reached the port, he turned back to see if he would meet her again. He did, and he cast a flickering glance at her, a look that said, "Here I am." But how was he to speak to her? He returned a 5th time, and as he saw her approaching once more, she dropped her parasol. He sprang forward, picked it up, and introduced himself. "Excuse me, madam." She replied with a smile, "You're so kind." They looked at each other. They didn't know what to say. She had blushed. So, gathering his courage, he said, "What lovely weather we have." She murmured, "Oh, delightful." And they remained facing each other, embarrassed, neither thinking about leaving. It was she who mustered the courage to ask, "Have you been in this country for long?" He replied with a smile, "Oh, yes, as long as I like." Then abruptly he proposed, "Would you care to join me at the pier? It's so beautiful this time of year." She simply said, "I'd love to." And they walked side by side, she with her stiff, upright gait, and he swinging along like a turkey doing wheelies. 3 months later, the notable merchants of Caen received a large white letter in the morning that read, "Messrs. and Mrs. Prosper Bombard have the honour of informing you of the marriage of their son, Mr. Simon Bombard, to Mrs. Kate Robertson, widow." And on the other side, Empress Kate Robertson has the honour of notifying you of her marriage to Mr. Simon Bombard. They settled in Paris. The bride's fortune amounted to 15,000 francs in clear rent. Simon desired 400 francs per month for his personal allowance. He had to prove that his affection was worthy of this sacrifice. He did so with ease and obtained what he asked for. Everything went well at first. Mrs. Bombard, though no longer young, still retained a certain freshness, but she had a way of demanding things. Here is the translation of the text while preserving the name Maupassant. She made it impossible to refuse her anything. She said in her voluntary and grave English accent, "Oh, Simon, let's go to bed," which sent Simon straight to the bed like a dog being ordered to its kennel, and she knew how to get everything she wanted, day or night, in a way that broke all resistances. She never got angry, she didn't make scenes, she never screamed, she never seemed irritated or hurt, or even ruffled. She just knew how to speak, and she spoke with relevance, in a tone that left no room for reply. More than once Simon hesitated, but before the imperative and concise desires of this peculiar woman, he always ended up yielding. However, as he found marital kisses monotonous and meagre, and since he had something better in his pocket, he soon indulged in them to his heart's content, but with 1,000 precautions. Mrs. Bombard noticed without him suspecting anything, and one evening she announced that she had rented a house in Nantes where they would live from now on. Life became harder. He tried various distractions that couldn't compensate for the need for female conquests he felt in his heart. He went fishing, learned to identify the depths that the gudgeon loved, those preferred by the carp or the roach, the favorite banks of the perch, and the various lures that attracted different fish. But while watching his float tremble on the water, other visions haunted his mind. He became friends with the head clerk at the sub-prefecture and the gendarmerie captain. They played whist in the evenings at the Commerce Café, but his sad eyes undressed the queen of trumps or the lady of clubs, while the problem of the missing legs in these two headed figures confused all the images that had sprouted in his thought. Then he devised a plan, a real scheme, from a cunning Norman. He had his wife hire a suitable maid, not a beautiful girl, or a coquette, or a well-dressed one, but a robust, red-faced, and rough woman who would raise no suspicions, and whom he had carefully prepared for his plans. She was entrusted to them by the director of the octroi, a friendly and complaisant accomplice who guaranteed her in all respects, and Mrs. Bombard accepted the presented treasure with confidence. Simon was happy, but cautiously so, with fear and through incredible difficulties. He only stole very brief moments from his wife, anxious surveillance here and there, without peace. He sought a trick, a stratagem, and eventually found one that succeeded perfectly. Mrs. Bombard, having nothing to do, went to bed early, while Bombard, who played whist the Commerce Café, returned home each day at precisely 9:30. He devised for Victorine to wait in the corridor of his house, on the steps of the vestibule in the darkness. He had at most 5 minutes, as he always feared a surprise, but finally, here is the translation of the text provided, preserving the name Maupassant. 5 minutes here, and there were enough to satisfy his ardor, and he slipped lawyers into the hand of the servant girl, who quickly ascended to her attic. And he laughed, triumphed alone, repeated aloud, like King Midas' barber in the reeds by the river while fishing for picas. "Damn it, boss." The happiness of sticking it to Mrs. Bombard was indeed deprived of everything that his hired conquest had lacked and left incomplete for him. One evening, as usual, he found Victorine waiting on the stairs, but she seemed livelier, more animated than usual, and he stayed perhaps 10 minutes at the meeting point in the corridor. When he entered the marital chamber, Mrs. Bombard was not there. A chill ran down his spine, and he collapsed onto a chair, tormented by anxiety. She appeared, holding a candlestick. He asked, trembling, "Were you out?" She answered calmly, "I went to the kitchen for a glass of water," and he tried to calm any suspicions she might have had, but she seemed serene, happy, confident, and he felt reassured. The following day, as they entered the dining room for lunch, Victorine placed the cutlets on the table. As she stood up, Mrs. Bombard handed her a Lois held delicately between two fingers and said with her calm, serious accent, "Here, my daughter. Here are 20 francs I took from you yesterday evening. I'm returning them." The forbidden daughter took the gold piece, staring stupidly at it while Mr. Bombard, appalled, opened his eyes wide at his wife. The cursed bread mist. Tail had 3 daughters, Anna, the eldest, about whom little was spoken in the family, Rose, the youngest, now 18 years old, and Claire, the last, still a child, who had just turned 15. Now a widower, Mistress de Tail was a master mechanic at Mr. Lebruman's button factory. He was a brave man, highly respected, very upright, very sober, a sort of model worker. He lived on Rue d'Angamy in Enmily-Havre. When Anna had left home, as they say, the old man fell into an awful rage. He threatened to kill the seducer, a young fool, head of a rayon department in one of the city's novelty stores. Then it was reported from various quarters that the girl was reforming, saving money for the state, no longer running around with men, now linked to a man of her own age, a judge at the commercial court, Mr. Du Bois, and Mr. Tail calmed down. He even began to wonder what she was up to. He asked about her home from old friends who had seen her, and when they assured him that she was settled in her own place, with a lot of coloured vases on her chimneys, painted pictures on the walls, golden clocks, and carpets everywhere, a small smile of contentment would slip onto his face. Lips for 30 years, Maupassant had toiled, gathering together a meagre 5,000 or 6,000 francs. The girl wasn't foolish, after all. Yet, one morning, Touchett's son, whose father was a cooper at the end of the street, came to ask for Rose, the second daughter's, hand in marriage. The old man's heart leaped with joy. The Touchetts were wealthy and well off. He certainly had luck on his side when it came to his daughters. The wedding was decided upon, and it was resolved that it would be a grand affair. It was set to take place at Saint, address at Mother Juice's restaurant. It would cost a pretty penny. Oh, well, it was a once-in-a-lifetime event. But one morning, as the old man returned home for lunch, just as he was sitting down with his 2 daughters, the door burst open and Anna entered. She wore an elegant outfit, had on rings and a feathered hat. Despite all this, she was as kind as could be. She embraced her father, who didn't have time to say, "Ah," then fell into tears in her 2 sisters' arms before sitting down, wiping her eyes and asking for a plate to eat the soup with the family. This time, Father Tail was moved to tears, repeating several times, "That's very good, my dear, that's very good." Then she immediately came to the point. She didn't want Rose's wedding to take place at St. Adresse. She didn't know. The wedding would be held at her home, and it wouldn't cost her father a thing. Her plans were made, everything was arranged, everything was in order. She took care of everything, just like that. The old man repeated, "That's very good, my dear, that's very good." However, a scruple crossed his mind. Would the Touchetts agree? Rose, the fiancée, surprised, aghast. Why wouldn't they want to, then? "Just leave it to me, I'll handle it, Octo, Philip myself." She did speak to her suitor that very day, and Philip declared himself perfectly content with the arrangement. Father and Mother Touchett were equally delighted at the prospect of preparing a good dinner that would cost them nothing. They exclaimed, "It will be fine. for sure, now that Mr. Dubois is rolling in gold. So they asked permission to invite a friend, the Miss Florence, the first family's cook. Anna agreed to everything. The wedding was set for the last Tuesday of the month. After the formalities at the town hall and the religious ceremony, the celebration made its way to Anna's home. The Tail family had brought along a cousin of similar age, Mr. Suif, a man known for his philosophical musings, ceremonial demeanour, and expected inheritance, as well as an old aunt, Mrs. Lamondois. Mr. Sauverton had been selected to accompany Anna. They had paired them together, considering them the most important and distinguished figures in society. As soon as they reached Anna's doorstep, she immediately left her companion, ran forward, declaring, "I'll show you the way." She went up. Here is the translation of the text, while preserving the name Maupassant, the staircase, as the procession of guests moved more slowly. As soon as the young girl opened her home, she stood aside to let the passing world go by, rolling her eyes and turning her head in all directions to take in this mysterious luxury. The table was set in the living room, as the dining room had been deemed too small. A neighbouring restaurateur had rented the cutlery, and the full carafes of wine gleamed under a sunbeam streaming through a window. The ladies entered the bedroom to shed their shawls and coiffures, while Father Touchard, standing in the doorway, blinked at the low, wide bed, making mischievous and friendly signals to the men. Father Tail, very dignified, gazed with an intimate pride at his child's lavish furnishings, walking from room to room, still holding his hat in his hand, inventorying objects with a single glance, walking as if he were a sacristan in a church. Anna went here and there, came and went, ran around, gave orders, hastening the meal. Finally, she appeared at the threshold of the empty dining room, shouting, "Everyone come over here for a minute." The 12 guests rushed over and saw 12 glasses of Madeira crowned on a side table. Rose and her husband stood face to face, already embracing in the corners. Mr. Sauverton did not take his eyes off Anna, perhaps pursued by that ardor, that anticipation that stirs men, even old and ugly ones, near elegant women, as if they were meant by profession or obligation to give a little of themselves to all males. Then they sat down at the table and the meal began. The parents occupied one end, the young people the other. Mrs. Touchard, the mother, presided on the right. The young bride presided on the left. Anna took care of everyone and everything, ensuring glasses were always full and plates always heaped with food. A certain respectful awkwardness, a certain intimidation before the opulence of the home and the solemnity of the service paralyzed the guests. They ate well, they ate deliciously, but they did not laugh as one should at a wedding. One felt in an atmosphere too refined, which caused discomfort. Mrs. Touchard, the mother, who loved to laugh, tried to liven up the situation, and as they were about to reach dessert, she exclaimed, "Now then, Philip, sing us something." Her son was known for one of the most beautiful voices in Le Havre. The groom immediately stood up, smiled, and turning towards his sister, in law, out of politeness and chivalry, he searched for something appropriate, solemn, and just right that he deemed harmonious with the seriousness of the dinner. Anna assumed a contented expression and leaned back in her chair to listen. All faces became attentive and vaguely smiling. The singer announced the cursed bread, and as he bent his right arm, causing his coat to ride up his neck, he began, "There is a blessed bread." Here is the translation of the text preserving the name, Maupassant, that frugal earth demands we tear from a victorious arm. It's the bread of labor that honest man brings home to his children each evening, all joyful. But there's another kind, seductive in appearance, accursed bread that hell sows to damn us. Children, do not touch this bread, for it is the bread of vice. Dear children, guard yourselves from touching that bread. Bis the whole table applauded frenziedly. Father Touchard declared, "That's a winner." The invited cook turned a Crowton in her hand, looking at it with tenderness. Mr. Sauveternin murmured, "Splendid," and Aunt Lamendois was already wiping her eyes with her napkin. The groom announced second verse and launched it with growing energy. Respect to the unfortunate one, all broken by age, who implores us as he passes by on the roadside. But let's scorn him who, leaving his work, alert and robust, dares to stretch out his hand. Begging without need is stealing old age. It's stealing from the worker that labor has bent biz. Shame on those who live on the bread of idleness. Dear children, guard yourselves from touching that bread, biz everyone, even the two servants standing against the walls, chorused the refrain. The sharp, shrill voices of the women clashed with the fat voices of men. Aunt and bride cried openly. Father Tail blew his nose with a trombone like sound, while Father Touchard frantically waved a whole loaf in the middle of the table. The friendly cook let silent tears fall on her Crowton, which she still manipulated. Miss Sauveternin spoke amidst the general emotion. Here are healthy things, quite different from frivolity. Anna, also disturbed, sent kisses to her sister, and with a friendly gesture showed her husband to her, as if to congratulate her. The young man, intoxicated by success, repeated, "In your humble home, kind worker, you seem to listen to the voice of the tempter. Poor child, go. Believe me, don't leave your needle. Your parents have only you. You alone are their happiness. In shameful luxury will you find charms when, cursing you, your father expires. Bis the bread of dishonor is kneaded in tears. Dear children, guard yourselves from touching that bread." Bis only the two servants and Father Touchard continued the refrain. Anna, pale as a ghost, had lowered her eyes. The groom, speechless, looked around without understanding the cause of the sudden chill. The cook suddenly dropped a Croton as if it were poisoned. Mr. Sauveternin solemnly declared, to save the situation, "The last verse is too much." Father Tail, red to the ears, rolled his fierce eyes around him. Then Anna, with tears in her eyes, said to the servants in a wet voice, a woman's voice that cries, "Bring the champagne." Instantly joy shook the guests. Faces beamed again. And as Father Touchard, who had seen nothing, felt nothing, understood nothing, still waved his bread and sang alone, showing it to the guests, "Dear children, guard yourselves from touching that bread." The whole wedding party, electrified by seeing the champagne appear, here is the translation of the text, preserving the name Maupassant, the bottles adorned with silver. He resumed with a thunderous noise, "Dear children, beware of touching that bread." The Sabbath's hooves, the old priest mumbled the last words of his sermon over the white bonnets of the peasant women and the rough or pomaded hair of the peasants. The large baskets of far-off farmers who had come for Mass were placed on the ground beside them, and the heavy heat of a July day emitted an odor from everyone, a livestock scent. The cocks' voices entered through the open great door, along with the moosings of cows lying in a nearby field. Sometimes a gust of air laden with field aromas slipped under the portal, and lifting the long ribbons of hairstyles, it would cause the little yellow flames at the ends of the candles to flicker on the altar. As God desires, so be it, said the priest. Then he fell silent, opened a book, and began, as he did every week, to recommend to his flock the intimate affairs of the village. He was an old man with white hair who had administered the parish for almost 40 years, and the sermon served him as a means to communicate familiarly with everyone. He continued, I commend to your prayers D.A. Sirivalin, who is very sick, and also Lo Parmel, who isn't recovering quickly from her illness. He no longer remembered. He searched for bits of paper in a breviary. Finally, he found two and continued, we mustn't have the boys and girls coming like that at night to the cemetery, or I'll notify the forest guardian. C.A. Saromont would like to find an honest young girl as a servant. He pondered for a few more seconds before adding, that's all. My brothers, this is the grace I wish you, in the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit. And he descended from the pulpit to conclude his Mass. When the Melandanes returned to their thatch-roofed cottage, the last one in the hamlet of Sablery on the road to Fourville, the father, an old, thin, wrinkled peasant, sat down at the table while his wife removed the pot from the fire, and his daughter Adela took the glasses and plates from the buffet. He said, it would probably be good for this place with Master Omont. Since he's a widower, his stepdaughter doesn't like him, he's alone, and he has something to offer. Might send Adela to there. The woman placed the black pot on the table, removed the lid, and as a soup full of cabbage scent rose into the air, she pondered. The man resumed, he does have something, for sure. But it would take someone quick-witted, and Adelaide isn't even slightly that way. The woman then spoke up. We could still consider it. Then, turning to her daughter, a spirited girl with a foolish expression, yellow hair and thick red cheeks like apple skin, she cried, you hear me, big fool. You'll go to Master Omont and offer yourself as his servant, and no matter what he commands you to do. The girl laughed mockingly without responding. Then all three began to eat. After 10 minutes, the father, listen up, daughter, and try not to disappoint me in what I'm about to tell you. And he sketched out a whole set of conduct rules for her in slow, meticulous terms, covering every detail, preparing her for the conquest of an old widower who was at odds with his family. The mother had stopped eating to listen, remaining motionless with her fork in hand, her eyes alternating between husband and daughter, following these instructions with a focused, silent attention. Adelaide remained passive, her gaze wandering aimlessly and vacantly, docile and stupid. As soon as the meal was over, the mother had her put on her bonnet, and they set off to find Mr. C.A. Saromont. He lived in a small brick pavilion attached to the buildings occupied by his farmers. He had withdrawn from active farming to live off his rents. He was around 55. He was stout, jovial, and gruff like a rich man. He laughed and shouted so loudly it made the walls shake, drank whole glasses of cider and brandy, and was still considered quite lively despite his age. He loved taking walks in the fields, hands on his hips, trampling the greasy earth with his wooden clogs, admiring the wheat fields or the rapeseed blossoms from an amateur's perspective, one who enjoys it but doesn't get too close. People said of him, he's a Father Bontemps who isn't always well rested every day. He received the two women with his belly on the table, finishing his coffee. And, leaning back, he asked, what do you want? The mother spoke up. It's your daughter Adelaide. that I've come to propose as a maid, given what Father said this morning. Master Omont looked at the girl and then suddenly, how old is she, this big mare? 20, one on St. Michael's Day. Miss, Omont. That's fine. She'll get 15 francs per month plus board. I'll be expecting her tomorrow to make my morning soup. And he sent the two women away. Adelaide started her new job the next day and took up hard work without saying a word, just as she had at home. Around 9 o'clock, while she was cleaning the kitchen tiles, Mr. Omont called out, "Adelaide." She rushed over. "There I am, master." As soon as she stood in front of him, her hands red and limp, her eyes troubled, he said, "Listen. There must be no misunderstanding between us. You're my maid, nothing more. Got it? We won't interfere with each other's business. Oh, yes, master. All right, then, get back to work." And she returned to her duties. At noon, she served the master his dinner in his small room with wallpaper, and when the soup was on the table, she went to warn Mr. Omont. "Dinner's ready, master." He entered, sat down, looked around, unfolded his napkin, hesitated. Here is the translation of the text, while preserving the name Maupassant, or second past. Then, in a thunderous voice, "Idealizes." She arrived, horrified. He screamed as if he were going to kill her. "Well, by God. And where are you supposed to be?" "But, master." He roared, "I don't like eating alone. By God, you'll sit here or leave if you don't want to. Go get your plate and glass." Horrified, she brought her covers, stammering, "Here I am, master." And she sat down across from him. He then, be jovial, he toasted, tapped on the table, told stories that she listened to with downcast eyes, without daring to speak a word. From time to time, she would stand up to fetch bread, cider, plates. When she brought the coffee, she only placed a cup in front of him, and then, enraged, he grumbled, "Well, and for you? I'm not having any, master." "Why aren't you having any?" "Because I don't like it." Then he erupted again. "Don't like drinking my coffee alone, by God. If you don't want to have some too, you're leaving, by God. Go get a cup, and quickly." She went to fetch a cup, sat back down, tasted the strong liquor, made a face, but under the master's furious gaze, she drank it all. Then he made her drink the first glass of brandy from the rinse cup, the second from the push, rinse cup, and the third with a kick to her behind. And Mr. Omont fired her. "Go wash your dishes now. You're a good girl, Bon." It was the same at dinner. Then she had to play dominoes, and he sent her to bed. "Go to sleep, I'll come up later." And she made her way to her room, a loft under the roof. She said her prayers, undressed, and slipped into her bed-sheets. But suddenly she jumped, horrified. A furious cry shook the house. "Ady laddie." She opened her door and answered from her attic, "Here I am, master." "Where are you?" "But I'm in my bed, so—" "Master." Then he shrieked, "Do you want to come down, by God? I don't like sleeping alone, by God. If you don't want to, you're leaving, by God." She replied from above, terrified, looking for her candle, "Here I am, master." And he heard her bare little feet beating against the stairwell, and when she reached the last steps, he grabbed her arm, and as soon as she had left her tiny funny wooden shoes into the door, beside the master's heavy galoshes, he pushed her into her room, growling, faster than that, by God. And she kept repeating, not knowing what she was saying, here I am, master." 6 months later, when she went to see her parents on a Sunday, her father examined her curiously and then asked, "Aren't you getting fat?" She stood stunned, looking at her belly, repeating, "No, I don't think so." Then he interrogated her seeking to know everything. Tell me if you haven't, at least once, mixed your hobnails. Yes, I did on the first night and then on the others. But you're overflowing a real mess. She started sobbing, stuttering. You knew, right? You knew her? Father Mundane watched her, his eye alert, his expression satisfied. He asked, "What didn't you know?" Through her tears she replied, "Knew." Right? That's how it went with children. Her mother returned home. The man spoke without anger. There she is, all grown up now. But the woman became angry, revolted instinctively, and berated her sobbing daughter full force, calling her a fool and a drudge. Then the old man silenced her. As he took off his cap to discuss their affairs with Master Caesar Omant, he declared, "She's still as stupid as I thought she'd be. She had no idea what she was doing, that's for sure." At the following Sunday's Mass, the old priest published the banns of Misère, honor for Caesar Omant and C.A. Lest, Idealizes de Mundane. The log, the drawing room was small, enveloped in thick dyes, and subtly fragrant. In a large fireplace, a roaring fire blazed, while a single lamp on the mantelpiece, casting a soft, shadowed light through an old lace shade, illuminated the two people talking. She, the lady of the house, a white-haired old woman, but one of those adorable elders whose skin is smooth as fine paper and perfumed, every pore imbued with fragrances, permeated to the very flesh by the delicate essences she has bathed in for so long, an old woman who smells like the light scent that hits your nose when you open a box of Florentine iris powder. He was an old friend, a boy from years past, a weekly companion, a travelling mate through life. Nothing more. They had stopped talking about a minute ago, both gazing at the fire while daydreaming, enjoying one of those silences that people who don't need to talk all the time enjoy when they're together. Suddenly, a large log, a root-studded stump ablaze, cracked. It leaped over the firebox and rolled across the room on the carpet, spattering fire in every direction. The old woman cried out and stood up as if to flee, while he kicked the enormous coal back into the fireplace and swept all the scorching splinters with his heel. Once the disaster was averted, a strong smell of burnt ash spread, and the man sat down again across from his Frelin, smiling. "And that's why," he said, pointing to the log replaced in the hearth, "I've never gotten married." She looked at him, completely astonished, with those curious eyes women have when they want to know everything, the eyes of women who are no longer young, reflecting a mixture of curiosity, complexity, and often mischief, and she asked, "How so?" Rephrased, "Oh, it's an entire story, a rather sad and unpleasant one. My old comrades often wondered about the sudden chill that had come between my best friend, known by his nickname Julian, and me. They couldn't comprehend how two intimate, inseparable friends like us could suddenly become almost strangers. Here is the secret of our distance. He and I used to live together. We never left each other's side, and the friendship that bound us seemed so strong that nothing could break it. One evening, upon returning home, he told me of his marriage. I felt a blow in my chest, as if he had robbed or betrayed me. When a friend gets married, it's over, completely over. A woman's jealous affection, this shadowy, anxious, and carnal attachment cannot tolerate the frank and vigorous attachment that exists between two men, an attachment of mind, heart, and trust. You see, madame, regardless of the love that binds them together, man and woman are always strangers in soul, intelligence. They remain two belligerents, different races. There must be a dominant and dominated. A master and slave, sometimes one, sometimes the other. They are never two equals. They grasp each other's hands, their hands trembling with fervor. They never press each other firmly and loyally in a gesture that seems to open hearts and reveal them, an expression of sincere, strong and virile affection. The wise ones, instead of marrying and procreating children who will abandon them in old age, should seek out a good and solid friend and grow old together in this communion of thought that can only exist between two men. Finally, my friend Julian got married. His wife was beautiful, charming, a small blonde with curly hair, lively, plump, who seemed to adore him. At first, I went little to his house, fearing to intrude on their tenderness, feeling out of place between them. They seemed to draw me in, though, calling me constantly and expressing love for me. Slowly, I allowed myself to be seduced by the gentle charm of this shared life, and I often dined at their home. Often, upon returning home at night, I thought about following his example, taking a wife, finding my empty house now quite sad. They seemed to cherish each other, never leaving each other's side. One evening, Julian wrote to me inviting me for dinner. I went. "My good friend," he said, "I'll have to leave the table briefly on business. I won't be back until 11 o'clock, but at precisely 11, I'll be home. I've counted on you to keep company with Bertha." The young woman smiled. "It was actually my idea to send for you," she replied. I shook her hand. "You're so kind." And I felt a friendly and lengthy pressure on my fingers. I didn't notice at the time. We sat down to dinner, and just as 8 o'clock struck, Julian left. As soon as he was gone, an uneasy feeling, a singularity, was born abruptly between my wife and I. We had never been alone together, and despite our intimacy growing each day, this T placed us in a new situation. I spoke first of vague things, those insignificant matters we fill embarrassing silences with. She said nothing and remained facing me across the fireplace, head bowed, uncertain gaze, one foot dangling towards the flame as if lost in a difficult meditation. When I ran out of banal ideas, I fell silent. It's astonishing how difficult it can be to find things to say sometimes. And then I sensed something new in the air, an invisible presence, something indescribable, that mysterious warning that informs you of another person's hidden intentions, whether good or bad, towards you. This painful silence lasted for a while. Then Bertha said, "Put a log on the fire, my friend. You can see it's about to go out." I opened the wood chest, placed just like yours, and took the thickest log, which I arranged in a pyramid over the other pieces that were 3/4 consumed. And silence fell again. After a few minutes the log flared up so intensely that it burned our faces. The young woman raised her eyes on me. They seemed strange to me. "It's too hot now," she said. "Let's go sit on the sofa." And there we sat on the sofa. Then suddenly, looking me straight in the face, "What would you do if a woman told you she loved you?" I replied, quite taken aback. "Well, that's not something that comes up often, and it depends on the woman, of course." She burst out laughing, a dry, nervous, shuddering laugh, one of those false laughs that seem like they're going to break delicate glass, and added, "Men are never bold or clever." She fell silent, then continued, "Have you ever been in love, Mr. Paul?" I admitted that I had. "Tell me about it," she said. I told her any old story. She listened attentively, with frequent signs of disapproval and scorn, then suddenly, "No, you don't understand. For love to be good, it would need to append the heart, twist the nerves, and ravage the mind. It would need to be how do I put it? Dangerous, even terrible, almost criminal, almost sacrilegious, like some kind of betrayal, that is to say, it needs to break sacred obstacles, law's brotherly bond. When love is tranquil, easy, without risk, is it truly love? I didn't know what to say, and threw this philosophical exclamation into myself, "O female mind, thou art indeed clever." She had taken on a little indifferent air while speaking, that of a saintnish, and leaning back on the cushions, she lay down, her head resting against my shoulder, her dress slightly raised, revealing a red silk stocking that was occasionally lit up by the fire's sparks. After a minute, "I'm scaring you," she said. I protested. She leaned forward. "Here is the translation preserving the name Maupassant." It pressed against my chest, and without looking at me, "If I were to tell you that I love you, what would you do?" Before I could find my response, his arms had wrapped around my neck, pulling my head towards him, and his lips met mine. "Oh, my dear friend, I answer you that I was not playing. How could I betray Julian, become the lover of this little crazy, perverse, and cunning girl, undoubtedly extremely sensual, whose husband was no longer enough for her? Constantly betraying, always deceiving, playing love just for the allure of forbidden fruit, the bravery of faced danger, and the betrayal of friendship. No, that wasn't for me. But what could I do? Imitate Joseph. A very foolish role, and a difficult one too, because this girl was outrageous in her perfidy, her audacity burning, her heart palpitating, and determined. Oh, he who has never felt the deep kiss of a woman, ready to give herself, throw the first stone. Just one more minute. You understand, right? One more minute, and she was, he was. Or rather, would have been if a terrible noise didn't suddenly startle us. The log, madame, flew into the living room, knocking over the shovel, the fire guard rolling like a hurricane of flames, setting the carpet on fire, and landing under a chair that it was bound to burn down. I rushed in like a madman. As I pushed the saving embers back into the fireplace, the door suddenly opened. Julian, all joyful, was coming in. He exclaimed, "I'm free. The matter is resolved 2 hours earlier." Yes, my friend, without the log I would have been caught red-handed, and you can see the consequences from here. However, I made sure never to be caught in a situation like that again, ever. Then I realized that Julian was coldly ignoring me, as they say. His wife, of course, was sabotaging our friendship, and little by little he kept me away from his house. We stopped seeing each other. I didn't get married. That should no longer surprise you. Magnetism, it was at the end of a men's dinner, during the interminable cigars and incessant small glasses, in the warm fog of digestions, in the slight headache after so much meat and liquors consumed and mixed together. They started talking about magnetism, Donato's tricks, and Dr. Charcot's experiments. Suddenly these skeptical but friendly men, indifferent to any religion, began telling strange stories, unbelievable tales that they insisted had actually happened, suddenly plunging back into superstitious beliefs, clinging to this last remnant of wonder, becoming devoted followers of this mystery called magnetism, defending it in the name of science. Only one, a vigor, was smiling at a notorious young man, note womanizer and hunter, in whom in disbelief everything had taken such a root that he didn't even allow for discussion. He repeated with a laugh, "Nonsense, nonsense, nonsense." We won't discuss Donato, who is simply a very clever trickster. Here is the translation of the text preserving the name Maupassant. Toas. As for Mrs. Charcot, said to be a remarkable scholar, he strikes me as one of those storytellers in the style of Edgar Allan Poe who eventually go mad from contemplating strange cases of madness. He observed unexplained nervous phenomena that remain so until this day, venturing into uncharted territory that is explored daily and unable to understand what he sees. He remembers too well the ecclesiastical explanations of mysteries. And I would like to hear him speak. It would be something entirely different from what you are repeating. There was a movement, pity around the incredulous one, as if he had blasphemed in a gathering of monks. One of these gentlemen exclaimed, "Miracles did happen in old times." But another replied, "I deny it. Why wouldn't they happen any more?" Then each person presented a fact, fantastic presages, communications from souls across vast spaces, secret influences of one being on another. They affirmed and declared the facts undeniable, while the persistent denayer repeated, "Nonsense, nonsense." Finally, he stood up, threw away his cigar, and with his hands in his pockets, "Well, I too will tell you 2 stories and then explain them. Here they are. In the small village of Ivor Treetat, all the men are sailors who go each year to the Terra, New Bank, to fish for cod. One night the child of one of these sailors woke up in a fright, crying that his father was dead at sea. The child was calmed, but he woke up again, shouting that his father was drowned. A month later, they learned indeed of the father's death, swept away from the ship by a wave. The widow remembered the child's awakenings. People cried out for a miracle. Everyone was moved. They aligned the dates, and it was found that the accident and the dream had coincided quite closely, leading to the conclusion that they occurred on the same night, at the same time. And there we have a mystery of magnetism. The storyteller paused. Then one of the listeners, deeply moved, asked, "And you explain this? You?" "Perfectly, sir," replied Maupassant. "I've uncovered the secret. The incident surprised me and even embarrassed me greatly. But see, I do not believe in principle. Just as others start by believing, I begin by doubting, and when I fail to understand, I continue to deny any telepathic communication of souls, certain that my own penetration is sufficient." Well, I delved into it, searched, and eventually, through questioning all the wives of absent sailors, I managed to convince myself that no more than 8 days pass without one of them or their children dreaming and awakening to announce that the father was dead at sea. The constant, terrifying fear of this accident keeps them talking about it, always thinking about it constantly. Now, if one of these frequent predictions coincides through a very simple chance with a death, everyone immediately cries out for a miracle, as all other dreams, omens, and forebodings are suddenly forgotten. Other unfulfilled prophecies of doom, which remained without confirmation. For my part, I have considered more than 50 of them, and 8 days later, the authors themselves didn't even remember them. But if indeed the man was dead, memory would have immediately awakened, and one would have celebrated God's intervention according to some, or magnetism according to others. One of the smokers said, "What you say here is quite fair, but let's hear your second story." "Oh, my second story is very delicate to tell. It happened to me, so I challenge a little my own judgment. One cannot be an impartial judge and party. Anyway, here it is. In my social relations, there was a young woman to whom I didn't even think that I had never even looked at attentively or noticed, as they say. I classified her among the insignificant, although she wasn't ugly. Finally, she seemed to me to have any old eyes, mouth, hair, an entire dull visage. It was one of those beings on whom thought seems to rest only by chance, unable to stop, and on whom desire does not descend. One evening, while I was writing letters by the corner of my fire before going to bed, I felt, amidst this disarray of ideas, this procession of images that flutter through your mind when you remain daydreaming for a few minutes with the pen in the air, sort of light breath passing through my mind, a tiny shiver of the heart, and immediately, without reason or any logical chain of thought, I distinctly saw, as if I touched her from head to toe, and without veiling, this young woman to whom I had never given more than 3 seconds in succession, just enough time for her name to cross my mind. And suddenly I discovered a bunch of qualities that I hadn't observed: a soft charm, a languid allure. She awoke in me that kind of amorous inquietude that drives you after a woman. But I didn't think about it long. I went to bed and fell asleep. And I dreamed. You have all had these peculiar dreams that make you masters of the impossible, opening doors that cannot be crossed, bringing unexpected joys, impenetrable arms. Who among us in these troubled, nervous, gasping sleep hasn't held, embraced, moulded, possessed with an extraordinary acuteness of sensation, the one whose mind was occupied? Have you noticed what superhuman delights these good fortunes of dreams bring? What wild intoxications they throw us into, what vigorous spasms they shake us with, and how infinite tendernesses, caressing and penetrating, they ram into our hearts for that one who is considered weak and hot in this adorable yet brutal illusion which seems real. All of this I felt with an unforgettable violence. This woman was mine, so much so that the warm softness of her skin remained on my fingers, her scent remained in my brain, the taste of her kisses on my lips, the sound of her voice. Here is the translation of the text, preserving the name Maupassant. It remained in my ears, the circle of her embrace around my waist, and the ardent charm of her tenderness throughout my being, long after my exquisite yet disappointing wakefulness. And 3 times that same night the dream repeated itself. The following day she haunted me, possessed me, and tormented my head and senses to such an extent that I couldn't spend a single second without thinking of her. In the end, not knowing what to do, I got dressed and went to see her. As I walked up her stairs, I was trembling with emotion, my heart was pounding, and a fervent desire washed over me from head to toe. I entered. She stood upright as she heard my name. Suddenly our eyes locked with an astonishing intensity. I sat down. I stammered some trivialities that she seemed not to hear. I didn't know what to say or do. Then abruptly I threw myself at her, embracing her tightly, and all of my dream was fulfilled so quickly, so easily, so wildly, that I suddenly doubted if I were awake. She became my mistress for 2 years. A voice asked, "What can you conclude from this?" The storyteller seemed hesitant. I conclude to a coincidence, by Jove, and then, who knows? Perhaps it was a look from her that I hadn't noticed, and which came back to me that night through one of those mysterious and unconscious reminders of memory that often bring to mind things our consciousness has overlooked or our intelligence has ignored. Another guest concluded, "Whatever you like, but if you don't believe in magnetism after this, you're ungrateful, dear." Divorce Master Bontran, the renowned Parisian lawyer, famous for securing all separations between mismatched couples over the past 10 years, opened the door to his office and stepped aside to let the new client enter. He was a portly, sanguine, and vigorous man. He greeted the client. "Please take a seat," said the lawyer. The client sat down, and after clearing his throat, he stated, I come to represent me in a divorce case. Go ahead, sir. I'm listening, replied Master Bontran. Sir, I am a former notary. Already, Wes, already. I'm 37 years old. Continue. God, sir, I had an unhappy marriage, very unhappy. You're not alone in that. Do I know any sympathies with the others? But my case is quite particular, and my grievances against my wife are of a very special nature. But I'll start from the beginning. I got married in a very peculiar way. Do you believe in dangerous ideas? What do you mean by that? Do you believe that some ideas can be as danger to certain minds as poison is to the body? Maybe, yes, certainly. There are ideas that enter our minds, devour us, kill us, drive us mad when we cannot resist them. It's a kind of phylloxera of the souls. If we're unfortunate enough to allow one of these thoughts to slip into us, if we don't realize right from the start that it's an intruder, a mistress, a tyrant, spreading hour by hour, day by day, constantly returning. Here is the translation of the text, preserving the name Maupassant. It captivates us, banishing all our usual concerns, absorbing our entire attention, and altering the perspective of our judgment. We are lost. So this is what happened to me, sir. As I told you, I was a notary in ruin, and while not poor, I was rather impoverished, troubled, forced into constant frugality, compelled to restrict all my tastes, all of them, and it's difficult at my age. As a notary, I read with great care the classified ads in the newspapers, 4th pages, the matrimonial notices, small correspondences, and so on, and several times. Through this means, I managed to arrange advantageous marriages for some of my clients. One day, I come across this pretty maiden, well-bred as she should be, would marry a respectable man and bring him 2,500,000 francs in clean money. No agencies involved. Just then, I was having dinner with 2 friends, a lawyer and a merchant. I don't know how the conversation turned to marriages, but I spoke to them, laughing about the maiden with the 2,500,000 francs. The merchant asked, what's wrong with these women? The lawyer had witnessed several excellent marriages concluded under similar circumstances and provided details. Then, turning to me, he added, damn it, why don't you do this for yourself? It would get rid of all your worries, 2,500,000 francs. We all laughed, and the topic changed. An hour later, I returned home. It was cold that night. I lived in an old house, one of those provincial houses that look like mushroom huts. As I laid my hand on the iron railing of the staircase, a freezing shiver ran up my arm, and as I stretched the other to find the wall, I felt, upon contact, a second shiver, this time wetter, invade me, and they joined forces in my chest, filling me with anxiety, sadness, and agitation. And I whispered, seized by a sudden memory, damn it, if only I had those 2,500,000. My room was gloomy, a typical ruined boy's room, arranged by a good housekeeper who also did the cooking. You see it from here: a large bed without curtains, a wardrobe, a chest of drawers, a toilet table, no fire, clothes on the chairs, papers on the floor. I started humming to the tune of a cafe concert song, as I occasionally frequent such places. 2 millions are good with 500,000 and a kind wife. By the way, I hadn't yet thought about the wife, and suddenly, as I slid into my bed, I found myself imagining her. I imagined her so vividly that it took me a long time to fall asleep. The next day, upon waking before dawn, I remembered that I was supposed to be in Darney Tall at 8 for an important matter. I had to get up at 6 and it was freezing. Damn it, 2,500,000. Upon returning to my study around 10, there was an odor of a smoked cast, iron stove, old papers, the scent of advanced legal documents. Nothing stinks like the tanned and aroma of clerks' boots, reading goats, hair and skin, unwashed winter skin, all heated to 18 degrees. I had breakfast, as I do every day, with a burnt cutlet and a piece of cheese. Then I returned to my work. It was then that I seriously thought about the young woman with 2,500,000 francs. Who was she? Why not write to her? Why not know her? Well, sir, I'll be brief. For 15 days this idea haunted me, obsessed me, and tortured me. All my troubles, all the little miseries I had suffered incessantly without recording them until then, now pricked like needles. And each of these small sufferings made me think immediately of the young woman with 2,500,000 francs. I eventually imagined her entire story. When one desires something, sir, one envisions it as one hopes for it. Of course, it wasn't natural for a young lady from a good family with such a proper demeanor to seek a husband through newspaper ads. However, it was possible that this girl was honorable and unhappy. Firstly, the fortune of 2,500,000 francs hadn't dazzled me like something magical. We are accustomed, those of us who read all these offers, to marriage proposals accompanied by 6, 8, 10, or even 12 million francs. The figure of 12 million is quite common. It appeals. I know we don't really believe in the reality of these promises, yet they make us envision these fantastic numbers, artastic, render plausible up to a point, the tremendous sums they represent, and dispose us to consider a dowry of 2,500,000 francs as very possible and moral. So a young woman, an illegitimate child of a risen person and a chambermaid, who had suddenly inherited from her father, had learned at the same time the stain of her birth, and in order not to have to reveal it to some man who might have loved her, she turned to strangers through a very common means that itself contained a sort of admission, original imperfection. My guess was stupid. Nonetheless, I clung to it. We notaries should never read novels, and I had, sir. So I wrote as a notary on behalf of a client and waited. 5 days later, around 3 in the afternoon, I was working in my office when the master clerk announced, "Miss Chanterfries, please come in." Then appeared a woman of about 30, slightly robust, brunette, embarrassed air. "Sit down, miss," she said. She sat down and whispered, "It's me, sir." "But, miss, I don't have the honor of knowing you. The person to whom you wrote for a marriage." "Yes, sir." "Ha! Very well. I came myself because things are better done in person. I agree with you, miss. So, you want to get married?" "Yes, sir, doc." "Do you have family?" She hesitated, lowered her gaze. Here is the translation of the text, preserving the name Maupassant. He looked into her eyes and stuttered, "No, sir. My mother and my father are dead." I shuddered. "So I was right," he exclaimed, and a sudden sympathy awakened in his heart for this poor creature. He didn't press the issue to spare her sensitivity, and he continued, "Is your fortune clear?" She replied without hesitation, "Oh, yes, sir." He studied her closely, and indeed, she did not displease him, though a bit mature, more so than he had anticipated. She was a beautiful person, a strong woman, a true lady. And the idea struck him to play a little comedy of sentiment with her, to fall in love, to outshine his imaginary client when he would be sure the dowry was not an illusion. He spoke to her about this client, painting him as a sad, very honorable man, slightly ill. She exclaimed, "Oh, sir, I prefer robust people." He explained that she would see for herself, but not before 3 or 4 days, as he had left for England yesterday. "Boring," she sighed. "Are you in no hurry to return home?" "Not at all," she replied. "Well, then stay here. I'll try to make time pass for you. You're too kind, sir." She had stayed at the first hotel in Rouen, he learned. He invited her to dinner at his place that evening, and despite her initial hesitation, she accepted. They met at my door, and an hour later we were very much at ease, sharing stories over a captivating menu. I took her to dine at a restaurant where I was known, ordering an intriguing dish. An hour later we had formed a strong bond, and she confided her story as the daughter of a grand dame, seduced by a gentleman. She had been raised among peasants. She was wealthy now, having inherited substantial sums from both her father and mother. Names she would never reveal. It was useless to ask or plead with her. Since I had little interest in knowing them, I questioned her about her fortune. She spoke of it immediately as a practical woman, confident in herself, sure of the figures, titles, incomes, interests, and investments. Her expertise in this area instilled a great confidence in me, and I became gallant, though cautiously so, but I made it clear to her that I had a taste for her. She blushed gracefully. I offered her some champagne, which we both drank, further muddling my thoughts. At that moment I clearly felt myself becoming bold, and I feared her afraid. She might also be a little moved and give in. To calm myself, I resumed talking about her dowry, which needed to be established precisely as my client. Here is the translation of the text, preserving the name Maupassant. He was a businessman. She replied with gaiety, "Oh, I know. I have brought all the evidence. Here in Rouen." "Wes, in Rouen." "Do you have them at the hotel?" "Of course." "Can you show them to me?" "Absolutely. Tonight. Definitely." It saved me in every way. I paid the bill, and we returned home. She had indeed brought all her documents. I could not doubt. I held them, felt them, read them. Such joy filled my heart that I was instantly overcome with a violent desire to embrace her. I mean, a chaste desire, a man's contented desire. And I embraced her, fair and square, once, twice, 10 times. While helped by the champagne, I succumbed, or rather, no, she did, sir. After that I made a mess of things, and she did too. She wept like a fountain, begging me not to betray her, not to lose her. I promised whatever she wanted, and left in a dreadful state of mind. What to do? I had taken advantage of my client. It would have been nothing if I had found a client for her, but I hadn't. I was the client, the knave client, the deceived client, deceived by myself. What a situation! I could let her go, that's true. But the dowry, the beautiful, tangible, secure dowry. And then, did I have the right to let her go, the poor girl, after surprising her like this? But so many worries later. How little security with a woman who succumbed like that. I had a terrible night of indecision, torn by guilt, ravaged by fears, tossed about by every scruple. But in the morning my reason cleared. I dressed carefully and presented myself as the clock struck 11. At the hotel she lived in, upon seeing me, she blushed to her eyes. "Miss Ed, I have only one thing left to do to repair our wrongs. I ask for your hand." She stammered. "I give it to you." I married her. Everything went well for 6 months. I had handed over my practice lived as a rentier, and truly I had not a single complaint to make about my wife. However, I noticed little by little that she would go on long outings at regular intervals. This happened on fixed days, one Tuesday, the other Friday. I thought I was being mistaken. I followed her. It was a Tuesday. She left around 1 o'clock, walked down Rue de la République, turned right into the street next to the Archbishop's Palace, took Rue Grand, pont up to the Seine, followed the pier bridge, crossed the water. From that moment on, she seemed uneasy, often glancing back, spying on every passerby. Since I was disguised as a coal miner, she didn't recognize me. Finally, she entered the Left Bank train station. I had no doubt her lover would arrive by the 1:45 train. I hid behind a truck and waited. A whistle, a wave of travellers. She stepped forward. Here is the translation of the text. Preserving the name, Maupassant, he sprang up, seized in his arms a little girl of 3 years old, accompanied by a portly peasant woman, and kissed her with passion. Then he turned around, caught sight of another child, even younger, a boy or girl carried by another peasant woman, leaped upon it, embraced it violently, and left, escorted by the 2 children and the 2 good women towards the long, dark, and desolate promenade of Cours-le-Rhin. I returned, stunned, my mind in disarray, understanding and not understanding, dared not to guess. When she came back for dinner, I rushed towards her, shouting, "Who are these children?" "Which children?" "The ones you were expecting at the St. Sever train." She let out a loud cry and fainted. When she regained consciousness, she confessed to me in a torrent of tears that she had 4 of them. Yes, sir, 2 for Tuesday, 2 girls, and 2 for Friday, 2 boys. And it was there, what shame, it was there that her fortune began. The 4 fathers. She had amassed her dowry. Now, sir, what do you advise me to do? The lawyer responded gravely, "Acknowledge your children, Sir Bois." An evening, the marshal of the logistics, Varajou, had obtained an 8-day leave to spend it with his sister, Mrs. Padoy. Varajou, who was stationed in Rennes and led a joyful life there, feeling dry and unhappy with his family, had written to his sister that he could dedicate a week of freedom to her. It wasn't just that he loved Mrs. Padoy, a small moralizing woman, devout, and always irritable. He needed money desperately, and remembered that among all his parents, the Padoys were the only ones he hadn't extorted from. Father Varajou, a former horticulturist in Angers, now retired from business, had closed his wallet to his wayward son and hardly saw him for 2 years. His daughter had married Padoy, a former finance employee who had just been appointed receiver of contributions in Vannes. So, upon stepping off the train, Varajou was driven to his brother-in-law's house. He found him in his office, discussing with Breton peasants from the area. Padoy stood up from his chair, stretched his hand over his desk laden with papers, murmured, "Take a seat. I'll be with you in an instant," sat back down and resumed his discussion. The peasants didn't understand his explanations. The receiver didn't grasp their reasoning. He spoke French, while the others spoke Breton, and the clerk acting as interpreter seemed to understand no one. It was long, very long. Varajou considered his brother-in-law in his dreams, thinking, what a fool! Padoy must have been around 50 years old. He was tall, thin, bony, sluggish, with bushy eyebrows that formed 2 arches over his eyes. With a velvet cap adorned with an or-offset trim, he looked at everything languidly. His words, gestures, thoughts all were slack. Varajou repeated to himself, what a fool! He was one of those boisterous loudmouths for whom life has no greater pleasures than coffee and the public house. From these two poles of existence, Maupassant understood nothing. Loquacious and boisterous, scornful of everyone, he disdained the entire universe from the height of his ignorance. When he exclaimed, "By God, what a party!" he had indeed expressed the highest degree of admiration his mind was capable of. Padoy, having finally dismissed his peasants, asked, "Are you well?" "Not bad, as you can see. And you?" "Quite well, thank you. It's very kind of you to come and see us." "Oh!" "I've been thinking about it for a long time, but you know, in the military profession, one doesn't have much freedom." Oh, I know. Still, it's very kind. And Josephine is well." Yes, thank you." "You'll see her later." "Where is she then?" "She's making some visits. We have many connections here. This is a very proper town." "I suspect so." But the door opened. Miss Padoy appeared. She approached her brother without haste, touched his cheek, and asked, "Have you been here long?" "No, barely half an hour." "Bah! I thought the train would be late." "If you want to come into the drawing room." They entered the adjacent room, leaving Padoy with his figures and taxpayers. As soon as they were alone, "I've heard some interesting things about you," she said. "What do you mean?" "It seems you're behaving like a scoundrel, getting drunk, running up debts." He looked very surprised. "Meh, never in my life." "Oh!" "Don't deny it, I know." He attempted to defend himself, but she silenced him with such a forceful gesture that he had to stop speaking. Then she continued, "We'll be dining at 6. You're free until then. I can't keep company with you, because I have a lot of things to do." Left alone, he hesitated between sleeping or taking a walk. He looked back and forth between the door to his room and the one leading to the street. He decided on the latter. So he went out and started wandering at a slow pace, with his sword on his thighs, through the somnolent Breton town, so still, calm, dead by its inner sea, known as Maupassant. He gazed at the grey little houses, the rare passers-by, the empty shops, murmuring. Not much fun, not very lively vans. A sad idea to come here. He reached the port, so grim, returned along a desolate and forlorn boulevard, and got back before 5 o'clock. Then he threw himself on his bed to doze until dinner. The maid woke him up by knocking on his door. "Dinner's served, sir." He got up. In the damp room, where the wallpaper was peeling near the floor, a soup pot waited on a round table without a cloth, which also held 3 melancholy plates. Miss R and Miss Padoy entered at the same time as Viraggio. They sat down, then the woman and husband made a small cross over their stomachs, after which Padoy served the soup. Thick soup. It was dinner time. Few after soup came the beef, overcooked beef that was tender greasy and falling apart like porridge. The sergeant chewed slowly, with disgust, with fatigue, with rage. Mrs. Padoy said to her husband, "Are you going to miss the first presidents this evening?" "Yes." "Dear, don't stay too late. You tire yourself out every time you go out. You're not made for society with your poor health." She then spoke of the Vannes society, the excellent society where the Padoys were received with respect, thanks to their religious sentiments. Next, mashed potatoes were served, along with a platter of charcuterie in honor of the new arrival. Then cheese. That was it. No coffee. When Viraggio realized he would have to spend the evening alone with his sister, enduring her reproaches, listening to her sermons, without even a small glass of something to calm his throat as he swallowed her words, he knew he wouldn't be able to bear it. and declared he'd go to the gendarmerie to sort out something regarding his leave. And off he went at 7 o'clock sharp. As soon as he hit the street, he started shaking like a dog emerging from water. He murmured, "By all that's holy, what a drag," and set off in search of a cafe, the best in town. He found one on a square behind 2 gas lamps. Inside 5 or 6 demi-messieurs, not very noisy, were drinking and chatting softly, leaning against small tables while 2 billiard players circled the green cloth where the balls rolled and collided. One could hear their voices. County 18. 19. "No luck. Oh, nice shot. Well played." 11. "You should have gone for the red." 20. "Ball in head." 12. "Yes, I was right. Varajo, order a half cup and a decanter of fine brandy, the best." Then he sat down, waiting for his order. He was used to spending his free evenings with his comrades amid the noise and smoke of pipes. This silence, this calm, drove him crazy. He started drinking first coffee, then his brandy decanter, and ordered another. He felt like laughing now, screaming, singing, punching someone. He thought, "Damn it, I'm feeling good again. I need to let loose." And the idea immediately tamed him to find girls for some fun. He called the waiter. "Guy, here he is, sir. But listen, Guy, where do we have a laugh around here?" The man stood dumbfounded at the question. "I don't know, sir." He replied, "But right here." Varaju pressed further. "How so?" "What do you mean by air?" "Drinking good beer or fine wine," the waiter said. "So go on then, fellow. And what about the ladies?" "The ladies." "Ah!" "Yes, the ladies. Where do we find them around here?" The waiter drew closer, lowering his voice. "You asking for an address?" "Yes, by God." "Take the second left street, and then the first right. It's at number 15 bar." "Thanks, mate," Varaju said. "Here is the translation of the text, preserving the name Maupassant too old. Here you go." "Thank you, sir." And Varaju exited, repeating, "Second to the left, first to the right, 15. But after a few seconds, he thought, "Second to the left, yes. But upon leaving the cafe, should I turn right or left? Oh, well, we'll see." And he turned into the second street to the left, then the first to the right, and looked for number 15. It was a rather nice-looking house, with its windows illuminated on the first floor behind closed shutters. The front door stood slightly ajar, and a lamp burned in the vestibule. The corporal thought of this must be the right place. So he entered, and as no one came to greet him, he called out, "Hey! Hey!" A young servant girl appeared, startled by the sight of a soldier. He said, "Good day, my child. Are the ladies upstairs?" "Yes, sir, in the drawing-room." "Yes, sir. Is it just a matter of climbing up?" "Yes, sir." "The door opposite?" "Yes, sir." He climbed up, opened a door, and entered a well-lit room with 2 lamps, a chandelier, and 2 candelabras with candles, where 4 decollete ladies seemed to be waiting for someone. 3 of them, the younger ones, were sitting stiffly on velvet seats, while the 4th, around 5 years old, was arranging flowers in a vase. She was extremely fat, wearing a green silk dress that revealed her like the wrapper of a monstrous flower, with her huge arms and enormous neck tinted with a powder pink shade. The corporal greeted, "Good day, ladies." The old woman turned around, seemed surprised, but bowed, "Good day, sir." Not being warmly received, he thought only officers were allowed in this place. His mind was troubled by the realization. Then he told himself, "Well, if someone comes, we'll see." He inquired, "So all's well?" The fat lady, the owner of the house, most likely replied, "Very well, thank you." After that, nothing more was said, and everyone fell silent. Eventually, he felt ashamed of his timidity and laughed awkwardly. Well, no laughing then. "I'll pay for a bottle of wine." He hadn't finished speaking when the door opened again, and Padoy, dressed in black, appeared. Varajo let out a cry of joy, stood up and jumped into his brother-in-law's arms, dancing around the room while shouting, "There's Padoy! There's Padoy! There's Padoy!" Then, letting go of the startled collector, he shouted in his face, "Ah! Ah! Jester, you're having a party, aren't you? Ah! Jester! And my sister! Let her go!" Thinking of all the benefits of this unexpected situation, the forced loan, the inevitable blackmail, he threw himself onto the couch and laughed so hard that the entire furniture creaked. The three young ladies stood up at once and fled, while the old woman retreated towards the door, appearing here. It is the translation of the text, preserving the name, Maupassant, prone to collapse, and two gentlemen appeared, both decorated in formal attire. Padoy rushed towards them. "Oh! Mr. President!" "He's crazy. He's mad. We were sent him for a convalescence. You can see he's insane." Varajo had sat down, no longer understanding. Suddenly realizing he had committed some monstrous folly. Then he stood up and turned to his brother-in-law. "Where on earth are we?" he asked. But Padoy, suddenly seized with furious anger, stuttered. Where are we? Wretched, miserable, infamous. Where are we?" "At Mr. the First President's." "At Mr. the First President of Mortemain. From Mortemain." Ah, scoundrel, scoundrel, scoundrel. Tabler, the wreckage discovery, a parricide, the appointment bombardment, cursed bread hooves, the log magnetism divorce, an evening. Scoundrel. Tabler, the wreckage discovery, a parricide, the appointment bombardment, cursed bread hooves, the log magnetism divorce, an evening.